You open LinkedIn, you search Java developer, and results appear in milliseconds across 900 million profiles. And jobs, posts, companies, groups, schools, events, products, services. Yes, so same thing happen in actual. So once you open LinkedIn and search anything, let's say Java developer, and hit on the search button, results appear in milliseconds across 900 million profiles. And other things like jobs, posts, companies, groups, and other things. Yeah? Next, you send a connection request and other person gets a notification instantly. You post something, listen to me, and within seconds, it appears in the feed of every single one of your connections. Yes, so how does all of this work under the hood? Think about the scale. Okay, look at here. Think about the scale. So we have seen, 900 plus millions users. Okay, and millions of posts every single day, billions of connections. Yeah, real time notification, full text search across every profile, every post, every skill. Yes, like how does this all possible? A post appears in thousands of feed simultaneously. A search query hits millions of index documents in milliseconds. A notification fires the moment something happens. Not eventually, not in a batch, instantly. And that is what we are going to build today. Okay, from scratch with each and every functionality with authentication. Okay, using AWS S3, Spring Boot, Apache Kafka, JWT Authentication, and Redis and other technologies. Okay, so today we are going to build complete LinkedIn system from scratch. Okay, and using Spring Boot plus JWT authentication plus AWS S3 definitely for the media storage upload plus Apache Kafka. Okay, plus for the searching mechanism we have Elasticsearch plus Redis and other technologies. Okay, fine. So you're going to build entire LinkedIn system with all the functionality from scratch. Okay, and also if you have watched our last 3 project videos on our channel, that is Uber application, Netflix, and digital banking system. All three are available on the channel. Okay, so this project takes everything to the next level. Why? Because we are adding something that we haven't considered in those projects. We haven't added in those projects. That is authentication. Okay, and this is only you all are requesting from long time. Okay, so yeah, we are going to build our entire LinkedIn system with authentication. Okay, from scratch. Yeah, so fine. So now let's move to our next section, that is high level design architecture. Important one. Okay, and after that we'll set up our data flow. Okay, then we'll set up our projects, all the microservices. Okay, and then we'll directly enter into our editor and code our entire LinkedIn system. Okay, fine. So let's start. Let's build it. Okay, let's go. Okay, let's start our HLD architecture. Yeah, fine. All of you pay attention here. Okay, so at first let me draw the entire architecture and then I'll explain it to you. Okay, each and every component. Fine. So here comes our Apache Kafka. Okay, and Fine. Okay, so at first our API gateway. Okay, then here comes our user service. Okay, then our post service. Okay, AWS S3. Fine. And then our feed service. Okay, then Apache Kafka. Okay, and here our search service. Okay, ELS, and finally our notification service. Okay, stateless. Yeah, fine. Also, okay, and yeah, these two. Hmm. So, okay, yeah, hmm. Good. And here comes our client. Okay, fine, fine. We are good to go. Okay, so now let me explain you each and every component one by one. Okay. So first comes our API gateway. Okay, we all know that it is our single point entry. Okay, and will handle our rate limiting just like we did in our last project. Okay, banking system, and also we are going to handle our JWT authentication here itself. Okay, fine. Next comes our foundation of everything, that is user service. Why? Because it handles registration and login, okay, and profile management, okay, connections, and this is where JWT tokens are generated. So when a user logs in, our user service validates the credential, generates the token, and return it. Every subsequent request carries this token. So our database stores, okay, our database stores users and connections. And AWS S3 stores media. Okay, yeah, definitely. We all know that. Yeah. Okay. So let's come to our next service, that is post service. So this is our content engine. Okay, users create post, like post, comment on a post. Media files go directly to AWS S3. So when a post is created, our post service publish an event. Let's say post.created. And our feed service and search service react to that event independently. Okay. Also, if you noticed that our feed service is a pure consumer. Yeah, definitely, because this is what our internal thing. Okay, yeah. So let's come to our next service, that is our feed service. This service does nothing. Listen to me. Feed service maintains each user's feed in Redis. Okay, look at here. Listen to me carefully. So when someone posts something on LinkedIn, okay, that means our post service comes into the picture. Okay, and my post service publish an event that is post.created. Okay, and that event is going to consumed by my feed service, and it implements fan out on write, pushing that post ID to all the author's connection feed. Yeah, pure internal job. That's why you can see in the architecture. Yes or no? Yeah, pure Redis. Okay, pure Redis. No persistent storage needed. Yeah, not required. Next is our search service, the discovery engine. The searching mechanism is done by Elasticsearch, ELS, no database. Fine. So what our search service do is, our search service index each and every profile. Okay, and whenever user updates, create post or whatever. My search service updates the indexes, all driven by events. So user can search across profile, skill, post, whatever, all in milliseconds. Okay, fine. The next service is our notification service. This is what our alert engine. Okay, purely stateless. Connection requested, connection accepted, post, likes, comments, all trigger notifications. And at last, our API gateway. So already explained, each and every request goes through here. Plus, once centrally, JWT validation happens here. Okay, and rate limiting to prevent abuse and DDoS attacks. Okay, DDoS attacks. Fine. Okay, so this is what our high level design architecture. Hope you understood each and every component. Okay, fine. Okay, so now let's move to our next section, that is setting up our data flow. Then what? All the microservices, and then finally let's start building our LinkedIn system. Okay, fine. Yeah, so let's start. Let's go. Okay, fine. So as discussed, the next is let's set up our data flow. Okay, we are going to pull our data services and make them up and running here. Okay, so what are the services we need to pull? First is our Elasticsearch. Okay, second is our Redis. Okay, third is our Kafka. Okay, and fourth is our database. Okay, fine. Now, also one more thing, we are going to run these services here in our Docker desktop. Okay, yeah. So if you haven't installed the Docker desktop in your machine, then kindly go to the link given in the description. Okay, and click on that link, download the Docker desktop, install in your machine, and keep it ready. Fine. Okay, yeah. So now let's proceed and let me go to my file explorer. Okay, and yeah. So I've created a folder LinkedIn systems. Okay, and here I have added one file, that is docker compose.yml. Okay, yeah. So here we have added four services. The first one is, MySQL database. Okay. Second is Redis. Third is Elasticsearch, and fourth is Kafka. Okay, Kraft. Fine. So now let's pull all the services. Okay, and how to pull? Fine. So first, let me go to my, project that directory. Okay, right click here, and you can also do with the command prompt terminal. Okay, or let me do with the bash. Okay, fine. Yeah. So git bash is here. Okay, let me zoom it a little bit. Fine. And here let me type docker compose up hyphen d. Okay, so if you want to pull all the services written in this docker compose, then you can directly hit enter. But what I want is, I don't want MySQL. Okay, why? Because MySQL I already downloaded on my local and installed it. Okay, so it is already up and running. Okay, rest I need. So I need Redis, I need Elasticsearch, and I need Kafka. Okay, so let me just give the name of these services. Okay, fine. So Redis, okay, Elasticsearch and Kafka. Yeah, fine, and hit enter. Okay, so can you see Elasticsearch pulling, Redis pulling, and Kafka pulling. Okay, all three services pulling. So let's wait for few minutes. Okay, till it creates the container in our Docker desktop. Okay, up and running, and then we'll finally proceed with our project setup. Okay, so all three services being pulled and creating the container. Okay, so can you see container has been created and already started. Let me just go to my Docker desktop. Yeah, so by the folder name LinkedIn systems, and here all three services up and running. Redis, Elasticsearch, Kafka. Let me go inside. Okay. And the fourth one is MySQL, which is already up and running. Why? Because I already installed it on my local. Fine. So now let's set up our project services, all the microservices. Yeah, fine. So let me go to my browser. Okay, here's my browser. So just search Spring Initializer. Okay, click on the very first link, that is start.spring.io, right? And we'll land here. Okay, yeah, project Maven, language Java, version automatically selected. And now let's set up all our microservices, right? Okay, so com.linkedin. Okay, the first service is our user service. Okay, also let me remove hyphen from the package name. Yeah, now let's add dependencies. Okay, so also we need to add from external resources. So yeah, let's start. The first is Spring Web, then JPA, okay, then MySQL, then what you know Lombok validation, okay, Spring Kafka, right? And yeah, actuator. Okay, now we need four extra dependencies here. Okay, what all dependency? So you know JWT and AWS S3. Okay, not 4, 5, and one is crypto dependency. Yeah, Spring Security Crypto. Okay, so we are going to add all these dependency from external resources. Okay, let's do that. Okay, let me show you. You know, so just open a new tab, okay, and type mvn repository. Okay, click on the very first link, mvnrepository.com, right? And here type what? Spring Security Crypto. Okay, hit enter. Yeah, can you see the first link, org.springframework.security, Spring Security Crypto. Okay, click on this and yeah, current version 7.1.0, and here we have our dependency. Okay, so what we need to do is we just need to copy this and paste into our pom.xml. Okay, so we'll do it at the time we'll open this project in our IntelliJ editor. Okay, and directly copy and paste. Okay, similarly, okay, so for our JWT dependencies too. Okay, and Amazon AWS SDK. Okay, so yeah, this one AWS Java SDK. Okay, S3. Click on this. Okay, same thing goes with this too, 2.47.5, and this is what our dependency. Yeah, software Amazon AWS SDK S3. Okay, yeah, so we'll add all these dependency. Also one more, crypto. Okay, so yeah, I'll show you once we'll open all these microservices into our IntelliJ editor. Okay, for now it's fine. Let me just recheck it once. Okay, so yeah, validation, Kafka, actuator. Hmm? Okay, it's fine. For this packaging jar, okay, configuration YAML and 17. Okay, yeah. So let me just generate it. Yeah. Okay. Next is whatever com.linkedin and post. Post service. Let me remove hyphen from the package name. Okay. And here too we need to add S3 dependency. Yeah, okay, so S3 dependency, yeah, because user can upload media files, photos, videos, and anything. Okay, and rest all these dependencies remain same. Okay, fine. For now let me generate this too. Okay, yeah, post service is done. Next is what our feed service. Yeah, okay, feed service, fine, no hyphen. So in the feed service, we need to remove, okay, and data JPA, okay, and validations. Fine. Let me add Redis, okay, okay, Spring Data Redis and cloud dependency, that is open fame. Yeah, this one. Okay, looks good. Fine, fine. Yeah, let me generate this too. Okay, save. Now the next is our which dependency? Search dependency. Also, let me remove hyphen from the package name. So here, first let me remove data Redis. I don't need open fain. Okay, and we need to add one more dependency for searching mechanism. Okay, was that Elasticsearch? Okay, so can you see there are multiple options. We need to go with Spring Data Elasticsearch. Okay, also let me just yeah, starter data Elasticsearch. Fine. Okay. Yeah, fine. Let me generate this too. Search is completed. Now the next is whatever notification service. Okay, no hyphen in the package name. Okay, fine. Let me remove this. I can see no change in the service. Okay, if any more dependency required, okay, then we'll add it using external resources once we start coding our project. Okay, yeah, let me save this too. And now comes our the entry point. That is what API and gateway. Okay, API gateway. So in this, let me remove Spring Web. Okay, and we need one more cloud, that is gateway. Okay, and also for rate limiting we need reactive data Redis. Okay, so Redis and Spring Data reactive Redis, this one. Okay, and also we need to add JWT dependencies here. Okay, because I shown you that JWT validation happens here once centrally. Okay, you remember, right? Fine. So yeah, same thing. Okay, here. Okay, so yeah, these are the dependency. We'll add it. Fine. Okay, for now, all good. And let me generate this too. Okay, fine. So, you know, let me quickly extract these projects. Okay, and there are few changes required in the pom.xml. Okay, so let me quickly import them and make those few changes, and then we'll proceed. Okay, yeah. Okay, so here's our LinkedIn system, and I imported all our 6 microservices. Fine. So what all changes we need to make? That is, in user service, we need to add JWT dependencies. Okay, then S3, then crypto. Okay, and in the post service, we need to add S3. Okay, and in the API gateway, we need to add JWT. Yeah, and also we need to update the cloud version. Okay, fine. So yeah, let's do it one by one. Okay, so first my user service pom.xml. Okay, and here. Okay, fine, let me go to my browser. So the first is, let me just take JWT API. Okay, fine, and here copy this and then come back here. Hmm. And yeah, here just paste it, remove the comments, I do need it. Okay, fine. Next is yeah, implementation. Okay, same thing. Fine, and copy this. Okay, the last one is Jackson. Yeah, here Jackson. Okay, just okay, copy this and paste it here. Done. Okay, now S3, right? Now let me just Amazon AWS SDK. Okay, yeah, the second one, Amazon S3, right? Fine, latest version and copy this. Okay, and one more, that is Spring Security Crypto. Okay, so Spring Security Crypto, right? And yeah, the very first dependency. Hmm? Okay, fine, just copy this, come back here, and that's it. Okay, done. Reload. Okay, let him resolve. Fine. Now let me just copy this, S3, and I need to paste it in my post service, right? So let me do the same. Okay, fine. Done. And also let me just copy my all three JWT dependency and paste it into API gateway, right? So yeah, done. Okay, done. Now one more thing. So the microservice in which we have added cloud dependencies. Okay, just like in the API gateway, cloud dependency. Okay, so there you can see one tag under properties, Java cloud version. Okay, so it is recommended to update the cloud version to 2023.0.0. Okay, stable one. Okay, and works best with this version, right? Fine. And also one more, in the post service, I guess we have added, right, a cloud dependency that is hmm? No, I guess not in post service, feed service. Yeah, open feed. Yeah, cloud dependency. So in that too, can you see Spring Cloud version, update it to 2023.0.0. Okay, once done, okay, let me close them all, and let me start with user service, right? Okay, fine. So user service and then post, okay, feed, search, notification, API gateway, and then finish it. Yeah, okay. So kindly pay attention on my screen, and also if you know can, then please code along with me. Okay. And last thing from you guys, that if you haven't subscribed my channel, then you can subscribe it. Okay. Yeah. Let's start with our you know coding part. Okay, let's go. Okay, so at first let's start with our what entity. Yeah, entity dot user. So entity and table. Okay, name users. Okay, and Lombok annotations. Okay, at data, at no args, and at all args. Fine. Okay, now the fields. So first ID. Okay, and it should be you know UUID. Okay, so at generated value. Okay, strategy UUID. Okay, fine. Now the next is what? Users. Okay, so email. Okay, then password. Okay, definitely a string password, and yeah, so also first name. Okay, and then similarly a string last name. Okay, and few more fields. Okay, so what all fields user should have? Okay, if user creates an account on LinkedIn. Okay, so email, password, first name, last name, and yeah. So the next is let's say tagline. Okay, or what headline. Yeah, and about. So private string about, and location. Yeah, private string location. Okay, then photo, right? So we'll provide the URL for profile picture and cover photo. Okay, so profile photo URL. Okay, and private string cover photo URL. Yeah, next is role. Okay, so we have bunch of values for our roles. Okay, user role and role. Fine. And yeah, so we'll create enum for that. Okay, so Java enum user role. Okay, and in this the fields as what? So user can be admin, user can be recruiter, user can be a normal user. Yeah, so those are our roles. Fine. Next field we'll add is skills. Okay, and instead of creating a new entity, we'll create a separate collection, okay, using element collection annotation. Okay, and what it'll do is it creates another table. So user ID and skills. Yes, because see, user can have multiple skills. Fine, let's say Java, okay, or Python, okay, and multiple skills. Yes, fine. So yeah, let's proceed forward. Okay, so look at here, private and list of string, okay, and skills equals new array list. Fine. And here first let me just hit element collection, okay, and collection table, okay, collection table, and the name let me keep it as user underscore skills. Oops, user underscore skills. Okay, yeah, and what? So join columns, okay, equals at join column, okay. So the name is what? User ID. User ID. Okay. Yeah, fine. And also the column name should be, okay, column name should be skill. Yeah, understood? Okay, next. Private local date time. Okay, and created at. Fine. And private local date time updated at. Hmm. Okay, fine. Now let me add few annotations. Okay, so for email at column, and this should be, unique. So unique true and nullable false. Okay, fine. And okay, so at column and nullable false. Let me just copy this. Okay, first name, fine, same thing, nullable false. Last name, nullable false. Okay, these all fields are, optional. And yeah, here, so enumerated. Okay, and of type strings, right? So enum type dot string. Yeah, fine. So this is what our user entity completed. Fine. Now let me, complete simultaneously our user role. Yeah, fine. So there are, three roles. First is admin. Okay. Second is normal user. And third is what? Recruiter. Okay. Yeah, fine. Next, let me create another entity, connection. Now, what is this connection entity? Look at here. So let's say this is, user 1 and this is our user number 2. Now, if my first user sends connection request to this user number 2, we are going to store the data in our connection fields. What data? Okay, so ID, requester ID. Yes, and receiver ID. Yes, and connection status. Yeah, okay, fine. Let me just, proceed. Okay, entity and table name connections, okay, then data and no args and all args. Fine. Okay. So private string ID, and private string. So as I just shown you a few seconds before, requester ID. Okay, requester ID. Okay. Similarly, we have receiver ID, receiver ID. Okay. Then we have another enum, that is connection status. Okay, status. Fine. And then we have our date and time field. Okay, so local date time and created at, okay, and local date time updated at. One second. Actually, yeah, I forgot. So at creation timestamp, okay, and at update timestamp, okay, yeah. Hmm, fine. System take care of it. So let me also create connection status enum. Okay, enum. Fine. Okay. So now here ID. Okay, then generated value. So strategy, it should be UUID. Then at column. Hmm. So nullable false. Okay, fine. Similarly for the you know receiver ID, same thing. And here enumerated. Okay, and string values. Okay, enum type dot string. Okay, fine. And here at creation timestamp. Okay, yeah, that's it. Fine. So now let's add the fields here. Let's complete our connection status. So here when someone sends request, okay, so there are mainly three status. Okay, the request is in pending state, okay, or connected, like accepted or rejected. Yes. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, fine. So here is our entity part is completed. Okay, now let me just create what? DTO. Okay, register, register request. Okay, and then login request. Okay, and then login response. Okay, or I can just auth response. Okay, and also one more, that is user response. So let's complete them one by one. Okay, first register request. Where is my user? Let me put them side by side and directly copy and paste the fields into our all the DTOs. Okay, so in the register request, once user try to register, what are the fields? So first name, email, password, first name, last name. Okay, and headline and yeah, location. So let me just copy and paste it here. Okay, fine. Email, password, first name, last name, headline. Okay, and location. Let me just remove this. Fine. Also let me remove, yeah. Now at data, at no args, at all args. Okay, and let me just add the validations. Okay, so should not be blank. Okay, and if you leave it as blank, then we'll display a message that email is required. Okay, also we need to just check the email format. Okay, so email. Okay, and invalid email format. Okay, like suppose if you forget to, you know, uh, type at the rate, okay, or whatever. Similarly, in case of password, okay, so not blank, okay, and we'll put some conditions too. Fine. So add size, okay, and you know, minimum 6, okay, and we'll display a message that password must be at least 6 characters, okay, fine. You just, yeah. Hmm. And similarly goes with these two fields, okay, fine. So in this case, first name is required, okay, and last name is required, okay, that's it, fine. Next is our login request. So here it's nothing, let me directly copy and paste, okay, so using email and password, okay, I'm allowing user to log in, okay, fine. So here, okay, let me just remove this, fine, and also, yeah, these three, fine, okay, done. Next is our auth response. So in the auth response, what we need is, okay, let's see. I need ID, first name, last name, token, refresh token, and token type. Okay, fine. So let me just, okay, email, fine, no password. Okay, yeah, you should not return the password. Let me remove it. Okay, email, first name, last name. Okay, also fine. Here user ID, okay, and what, private string, private string, and access token, right, private string and refresh token, okay, and also user ID, email, first name, last name, yeah, private and string type, okay, or token type equals what, bearer, yes, you very well know that, okay, yeah, at data, at all args, at no args, okay, fine, this is it, yeah. Next, our user response, fine. So let me take all the fields I'm returning, okay, till created at, okay, fine, yeah, and let me just remove all these annotations, okay, fine, yeah, and also done. So ID, email, pass, no, not password, first name, last name, headline, about, location, profile, photo, URL, cover photo, role, skills, and created at, okay, also, okay, and add data, right, at no args and all args, okay, yeah, fine, it's done. Now let me build the entire skeleton, okay, fine. So next is, let's proceed with our endpoints, okay, controller part, okay, and then service, yeah, and then we'll implement, security, okay, and other things, right? Okay, so the next thing is controller dot, first is auth controller, okay, and user controller, right? Okay, and also let me just create all three services, okay, so first service is auth service, and then what? S3 service. Okay, and then what? The last one is our user service. Okay, fine. Then next is configuration, right? So config.aws config and what? Our bcrypt config. Okay, fine. So bcrypt config. Yeah, and yeah. So repository dot. So connection repository. Okay, extends JPA repository. Okay. Oh, 1 second. Interface. Yeah, JPA repo and connection, right? And a string, and one more, that is what? User. Okay, user repository. Fine. Extends JPA repo and user. Okay, a string. Fine. Done. So at first, let's start with our authentication part, auth controller. See, okay, the actual authentication, the actual JWT validation happens in our API gateway. Yes, my API gateway going to handle this. Here in the user service, we are just getting the token. Okay, so do not miss API gateway part of this video. Okay, fine. Yeah, so let's proceed. Okay, so add REST controller, add request mapping. Okay, and API v1 auth. Okay, then SLF4j. Okay, also let me just get my auth service. Okay, auth service, and for that I need to you know add one more annotation, that is required args constructor. Okay, yeah. Now our first endpoint is we need to register new user. Okay, register new user. Fine. Okay, so public and returning the auth response. Okay, response entity and auth response. Fine, and register. Yes. Okay, register. Fine. So here let me validate it, and then let me pass the register request. Okay, in my body. So register request and request. Okay, yeah. Now let me also add some loggings, log.info and register request. Okay, and request dot get email. Yeah, and then let me return it, response entity dot status, http status dot created, right? And then dot body. Okay, let me take auth service because we are going to implement the register method in the auth service, and let me pass request. Okay, and it is my post mapping. Okay, and register. Yeah, done. Okay, fine. Next endpoint is our login user. Login user. Yeah, fine. So public and response entity, I'm returning the auth response and login, right? And add valid. Here I'm passing what? Add request body. Okay, and login request. Yeah, login request. Oh, login request, right? Fine. Okay, and here too Okay, log.info and login request. Fine, request dot get email, and I'm returning response entity dot okay auth service dot login, right? And let me pass the request here. Okay, this is post mapping and login, right? Okay, so now let's implement these two methods in our service. Okay, and also pay attention. Why? Because we are going to publish event after registration of a user. Okay, and I'm going to ask you a question based on that. Okay, yeah, so all eyes on my screen, right? Okay, service and then SLF4J. Fine, let me take private final and what? User repository. Okay, fine. For that, let me just add required args constructor. Okay, yeah. Now our first endpoint is public. We are returning auth response and register. Yes, and I'm getting register request. Okay, request. Fine. Here. Okay, so log dot info and we are registering user. Okay, and request dot get email, right? Now first we need to check whether the user is already exist or not. Okay, so user repository dot exists by email. Okay, request dot get email. Let me create this method in our repository. Okay, so boolean and I'm getting email. Okay, fine. Next is, okay, if it is, if already exist, then we'll throw new runtime exception. Okay, that email already registered, right? And request dot get email. Yes. Okay, fine. Else, let's proceed with creating a new user. Okay, so you can create a user using two techniques. Okay, the first is using new operator. Okay, and the second way is go to the user entity. Okay, and you can just add here add builder annotation. Okay, now again come back to our auth service. Instead of using new operator, fine, you can just use the builder. Okay, how to use it? So the entity name user dot builder. Okay, and then you can see all the fields will populate here, first name, last name. So just like first name. Okay, and whatever values you are getting request, you can just set it here, request dot get first name. Okay, so just like that, and at the end you can just close it with the dot build, right? Can you see this? Yes or no? Yeah. Okay, but fine, let's go with the basic one. Okay, you can just choose anyone, free to do that. Okay, let me just remove this builder too. Okay, fine. So where we are, yeah, user, and then let's set all the values. Okay, so user dot, let me just do fast forward. Okay, now we need to set the password. Okay, so for that, let me again take private final bcrypt password encoder. Okay, password encoder. Okay, and then user dot set password. Okay, so password encoder dot encode and request dot get password, right? And the role. Okay, so user dot set role. So let me keep it as normal user, right? And then user saved user equals user repo dot save, and I'll pass the user. Fine. Now, okay, one more thing. Log dot info and user registered. Okay, and let's get the ID. Okay, fine. Now just look at here, all of you. Okay, so now after that, we are going to publish event to Kafka. Yeah, and let's say the topic is user dot created. My question is why? Why will do that? You know, why there is a need to publish, this event user dot created to Kafka. See, we have already saved the user repository dot save. So why it is required? Yes, just see here. Once this is my user, okay, and once user registered on LinkedIn, okay, our application, find LinkedIn, and done. It is done. Okay, now if you remember, we have one more service, that is what? Yeah, search service. Okay, and what my search service is doing, I already explained you in the HLD architecture. So my search service is going to index each and every profile. Yes or no? So just understand the flow. Once my user registered on the LinkedIn, yes, and then we are going to publish an event that some user dot created. This event is going to consume by my search service. Okay, like he got an alert. Okay, some user got, register right now. Now my search service immediately index this index this user. Why? To make this user searchable. So that anyone, suppose, anyone in all of the world can search this user. Otherwise, what is the use of, creating the account if no one can search you? Yeah, that is why we are going to publish an event for search service. Okay, fine. Let's do it. Okay, so here publish user dot created, okay, event, and search service consume this and indexes user. Okay, fine. Yeah, so let me just take the map. Okay, and a string, okay, object event, user created event equals new hash map. Okay, and what are the things we need to put here? So user created event dot put, first let me put the user ID. Okay, so saved user dot get ID. Okay, then user created event dot put. So next thing is, let me just first name. Okay, same thing, saved user dot get first name. Okay, so let me just directly copy and paste. Okay, so here similarly last name. Okay, and then what? Get email. Okay, so here email. Okay, let me just do fast forward. Okay, headline and location, fine. And now Kafka template. Okay, so private final Kafka template string object, and Kafka template also private static final string user created topic. Okay, so user dot created, right? Let me copy this, and Kafka template dot send. So user created topic. Okay, and what? Let me pass the ID, saved user dot get ID, and event. Yeah, user created event. Fine. So log dot info. user dot created event published, okay, and saved user dot get id. Okay, fine. Next is, look at here. So we are returning what? Auth response. Okay. And in the auth response, we have fields like access token, refresh token. Yeah. So how do we get these values? Okay. So first we need to get the token, right? Okay. Then only we can return this complete object, auth response. Okay. Setting the values. Fine. So for that, let me just first, get the token. Okay. So I'm going to implement a method generate token. Okay. And let me pass saved user dot get ID. Fine. And saved user dot get email. Right. Yeah. And then I'm going to return, um, you know, auth response. Okay. So we need to set the values. Okay. For that too, let me create a new method that is build auth response. Okay, and I'm passing here saved user and this token what I'm getting right here. Then only I can set, you know in the that token access token and that refresh token fields, right? Okay, fine. Yeah, for the refresh token we need to create a new method. Okay, so we'll handle it. Okay, yeah, for now let me just create this method, right? Private. Okay, and you know I'm returning auth response and build auth response. Okay, and first what? I'm getting the user and a string token, right? Okay, so auth response and response, new auth response, right? And then first response dot set access token. Okay, so the token I'm getting token. Okay, next is refresh token. Okay, so set refresh token. Okay, what is that? Okay, so for that too we'll create a new method. Okay, generate refresh token. Okay, using id. Okay, we'll pass it. So user dot get id. Okay, fine. Yeah, then response dot set user id. Okay, so user dot get id, right? And then email, so response dot set email user dot get email. Okay, then response dot set first name and response dot set last name. Okay, so here user dot first name and user dot last name. Okay, and we'll return what? Response. Okay, fine. And we'll implement these two methods, generate token and refresh token, later on in coming few minutes. First, let me implement our another method, that is login. Yeah, after that we'll implement this those token methods, right? Okay, fine. So public and auth response login. Okay, and I'm getting login request. Okay, request, fine. So log dot info and login attempt. Okay, request dot get email, right? And then first let me get the user. Okay, user. So user repository dot find by email. Okay, find by email. Okay, I'm passing the request dot get email. Okay, let's create this method, user repository. Okay, so optional. Okay, and find by. Okay, optional find by email. Okay, and user, right? A string email. Oops. Okay, fine. And then what? Hmm? Or else throw. new runtime exception, okay, and user not found, okay, request dot get email. Yeah, okay. If found, then we need to verify. Okay, so bcrypt verify compare raw password with stored hash. So password encoder dot matches. Okay, and you know first we need to get request dot get password. Okay, and user dot get password. Okay, so this is the password which user has entered, and this is the password where we are fetching from the database. Okay, if both matches, then well and good, else not possible. Okay, so if not, okay, matches not, then throw new runtime exception that invalid credentials. Okay, right. Okay, fine. And else login log dot info that login successful, right? And user dot get id, right? And also here too we need to generate token. Okay, JWT token, right? String token equals the same method generate, you know this one, generate token. Let me just copy it. Okay, and here user, and here to user. Yeah, fine. And we'll again return build auth response, and we'll pass user and token. Okay, fine. Yeah, now let's implement both our methods. Okay, so now let's create our both the token methods. Fine. So private string generate token. Okay, and what we are getting, so we are getting the id, okay, string user id, and email, right? So string email. Okay, fine. Now return, okay, jwts, right? Okay, and then builder dot builder. Fine. Then we need to set the claim, okay, subject issued at expiration, okay, and then we'll sign with, and then finally it's done, right? So dot claim, okay, it is better to prefer the user id which we are doing. So user id, okay, and we are getting the user id. Fine. Then set subject, okay, then set issued at, okay, then set expiration, okay, and then sign with, okay, sign with, and then dot compact, right? Okay, so now subject is what our email which we are already getting, okay, then issued at, okay, so new date, right? Okay, and then expiration. Okay, so we need to also create a variable, okay, that is what JWT expiration, and we'll handle it using our properties file. Okay, so new date, fine, and system dot current, okay, plus JWT expiration. Okay, fine, we'll create this variable. Okay, also we need to create another method to get the sign in key. Okay, so get sign in key. Okay, and then our algorithm. Okay, so HS256, fine, and then it's done. Yeah, okay, fine. So now let's create required variables. Fine, okay, here. So there are total three variables. Okay, first one is secret key. Okay, private string secret key, right? The second one is private long and JWT expiration. Okay, expiration, fine. And the third one is refresh expiration. Okay, private long and refresh expiration. Okay, fine. So we'll handle it using application properties at value. Okay, and what? Hmm? So JWT dot secret. Okay, same thing. Let me just copy and paste it. Okay, so it is our JWT expiration. Okay, and this is to same thing. Okay, JWT dot refresh expiration. Right? Okay, fine. Now, yeah. Okay, so here also let me just mm, generates access token. Right. Now also let me just implement this method private. Okay, and key security. Okay, and our get sign in key. Okay, so get sign in key. Fine. Yeah. So at first we need to decode it. Okay, into arrays of byte. Right. So byte. Right. And key bytes equals, okay, decoders, right? Okay, yeah, oops, decoders, fine. And then base 64 dot decode. Okay, and secret key. Okay, so whatever we are getting here, so here secret key, right? And then we'll return keys. Okay, then dot hmac here. Okay, and here we'll pass this key bytes, right? Key bytes. Okay, fine. Now next let us implement generate refresh token method too. Yeah, so okay, private and a string generate refresh token. Okay, and we are getting user ID. Okay, fine. So here first let me comment generate refresh token, right? And used. Okay, so used to get a new access token when it expires, right? And what? So server validates and returns new access token, right? Okay, fine. And also we can set like client sends refresh token, okay, to let's say auth and refresh endpoint. Got it? Fine. So let's proceed. Okay, and return JWTs. Okay, dot builder, then dot claim. Okay, and then set subject, right? And then set issued at. Okay, then set expiration, right? And then sign with. Okay, and then compact, right? Okay, so here user ID. Okay, user ID, and user ID we are getting here too, user ID, fine. And yeah, new date. Okay, new date, right? System dot current time plus refresh expiration here. Okay, refresh expiration, fine. Here same method get sign in key and hs 256. Okay, it's done, right? Okay, so our authentication part is completed, right? We have implemented all the methods. Okay, register and login, and yeah, we are returning our auth response, fine. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now the next important thing is our user controller. Why? Because here we are going to send connection request. Yeah, send connection user A, user B. Accept connection request. Okay, get all user connections. Yeah, and next big thing is profile endpoints. Why big thing? Because just focus here on my screen that whatever what all endpoints will declare here in our user controller requires JWT authentication. Yeah, so a few minutes before, what we did is we have completed our auth controller. Okay, and there are two endpoints, register and login. So those endpoints are open. You know, no JWT authentication required. Anyone can, access them. But in case of user controller, endpoints should require JWT authentication. So my question is, the validation happens in API gateway. How how will access the endpoints here? Let's say we declare, one endpoint, get user profile. Okay, so we'll create this method and we are passing two things. That is, the first one is user ID whose profile we are fetching. Okay, and second one is, you know, requesting user ID. This is your user ID, or I can say logged in user ID. Yeah, so once, this is what the actual flow. First, you just go to the LinkedIn, okay, you logged into the LinkedIn, okay, and then you can access each and everything, like get users profile and whatever. So this is your user ID. Now the question is, from where you'll get it? From where? And hint is, the hint is API gateway. Okay, because that is only the service which is responsible to validate. Yeah, yes or no? Okay, so we are going to get the user ID from API gateway, that is from header. Okay, so once API gateway validate, it adds logged in user ID to the header, and then we can able to access the features. Yeah, because as I told you that all the endpoints are JWT secured. So we need to pass this too. Okay. Otherwise, if we remove JWT, then nothing required. Okay. Only user ID required, and then we will proceed forward. But it is not in this case because we have added the authentication part. Yeah. Okay. Fine. I hope you understood the concept. Okay. If you understood, then you can subscribe my channel. Okay. Fine. Okay. Let's proceed coding this user controller and service implementation part. Okay, so add REST controller and add request mapping API v1 users, right, at SLF4j. Okay, and then first let me get user service. Okay, user service. For that I need to add one more annotation, that is required args constructor. Okay, yeah, so the first one is, let me get the user profile. Okay, and then we'll you know declare our what connection endpoints. Okay, yeah, accept the connection and send it. So response entity. Okay, and returning the user response. Okay, user response. Fine. Okay, yeah, this one. So back to our user controller and get user profile. Okay, so also let me just write the comments here. Just pay attention on the comments that first get user profile. Okay, and then X user ID. Okay, that means requesting user, and from where? From gateway. Yeah, and then user ID in path will pass. Okay, so this is what the whose ID we are fetching. Okay, so target user to fetch. Okay, fine. So yeah, this is what. So here, the first, for the target, we can simply use the path variable string user ID, and for you know logged in user ID, so we need to request header. Okay, so request header. Okay, and X user ID. Okay, we'll set it there. Same thing. Okay, in case once we start coding our API gateway. Okay, that is kind of interesting one. Okay, and requesting user ID. Yeah, looks good. Okay, request header and X user ID. Okay, and path variable whose ID we are fetching. Okay, log.info and get profile. Okay, fine. Get profile. Okay, and requested by. Okay, so there are two things. Okay, first get profile user ID requested by requesting user ID. Okay, and then finally we'll return response entity dot okay, and in the user service we will implement this. Okay, get user profile. Okay, and user ID. Okay, fine, and this is what our get mapping, right, and user ID. Got it? Yes, got the concept. Okay, fine, let's proceed with our second endpoint, that is update profile. Okay, so quickly, public response entity. Okay, and user response update profile. Okay, same thing, path variable and user ID. Fine, and yeah, same thing, request header. Oops, request header. Okay, yeah, now just look at here, okay, interesting one. So yeah, let me just show you in the comments. Okay, first this is for update own profile. Okay, own profile, and user can only update their own profile. Okay, it means, yeah, definitely, it is a fact. Okay, this is what actual flows goes on. So for that we'll add a check, user ID dot equals requesting. Okay, this is the user ID what we are passing, and this is the that logged in user ID. If they both are not equal, okay, that means we need to return response entity dot status as 403 dot build. Okay, else we return response entity dot okay, and user service dot update profile. Okay, and we'll pass both the things, user ID and requesting user ID. Also, let me just add put mapping. Okay, put mapping, and user ID. Okay, and profile. Okay, fine. So now let's start our next connection endpoints. Okay, send connection, accept connection. Okay, and here let me just write one thing, pending endpoint. Okay, and I want you all to implement this. Okay, so I'll give you a task once we'll wrap up this user service. Okay, I'll give you a task to implement the entire endpoint if you can. If not, then no worries. Anyway, I'm going to code it. Okay, yeah. So let's start with our connection endpoints. Public, okay, and the first endpoint is our send connection request. Okay, and I am returning what? A string and send connection request. Fine. So first thing I'm passing what? Target user ID, whom I'm sending the connection. Okay. So add path variable and target user ID. Okay. A string. Fine. And second thing is what? The one who is sending, requesting. Okay. So that is what I'm getting using the header. So request header. Okay. And what? X user ID. Okay. Fine. And a string requesting user ID. Okay. Fine. Yeah. So let me just return response. Okay. Return response entity. Okay. Then okay. User service dot send connection request. Fine. And I'm passing two things. The first is what? Target user ID and requesting user ID. Okay. Yeah, got it. Okay, fine. And this is what my post mapping. Okay, so first thing is target user ID. Okay, and then connect. Okay, and yeah, so send connection request. Fine. And our requester ID comes from X user ID. Okay, header. Okay, and which is already been validated. Okay, yeah, fine. The next one is our accept connection. Okay, so public response entity. Okay, and string accept connection, and here we'll pass the first thing as connection ID. Okay, we have connection entity, so we'll pass the connection ID. Definitely, to accept the connection, okay, from the backend, first we need the connection object. Okay, so we'll fetch it using connection ID, and second thing is requesting user ID. Okay, so add path variable. Okay, and a string connection ID. Fine. And same thing, add requester, you know, request header requesting user ID. Okay. Now return and response entity dot okay. User service dot accept connection request. Okay, and let me pass the what? Connection ID. Okay, fine. Great. So here it is put mapping. Okay, and connection. Okay, then connection ID, right? And accept. Yeah, done. Okay, next endpoint is our public, and if suppose user wants to get all his connections. Okay, so in that case we need to return the list. Okay, response entity and list. Okay, utils of user response, right? List of user response and get connections, right? Okay, so using path variable user ID. Okay, so user ID. Okay, and let me return response entity dot okay, and user service dot get connections. Okay, and let me pass the user ID. Okay, fine. it is our get mapping and what user ID, okay, and connections. Fine. So this is what all our endpoints. Fine. And get user profile, get sorry, update profile, okay, this pending endpoint, okay, your homework, your task. Next, send connection request, accept connection request, and get connection. Fine. Okay, now let's implement them one by one in our where user service. Okay, let's start. So add service, add slf4j, okay, and let me first get private final, okay, and connection repository. Yeah, for that I need to add one more annotation, that is required args constructor, okay, and also I need user repository, okay. So now first let me implement our connection endpoints, right? Okay, so send connection request. Yeah, okay, let's implement all these first. So public string send connection request, okay, and what I'm getting here, okay, target user ID and requesting user ID, okay. That means who is the target? Receiver, right? Okay, so receiver ID, okay, and second is requesting user ID, okay, that means requester ID. Yeah, fine. So receiver ID means target who receives the request, okay, that's why receiver ID, okay, and this is what our requester ID. Fine. Now first let me check whether you know the connection is already exist or not, one to one, whether my person A already sent the connection request to person B or not. Okay, so we need to verify that. Okay, so if connection repository dot exist by, and here we need to check using both. Okay, so exist by requester ID, okay, and receiver ID, okay, and I'm going to pass here both, so requester ID and receiver ID, right? Let me just create this method in our connection repository, okay, so boolean, fine, and here it is getting requester ID and string receiver ID, right? Okay, fine, connection requester ID, receiver ID, okay, connection entity, fine. Yeah, so okay, and if already exist, then throw new runtime exception, okay, and connection request already sent, okay. Yeah, fine. If not, then what? So then we'll create new connection, okay, connection equals new connection, right? And then we need to set the values, so connection dot set requester ID, okay, then connection dot set receiver ID, okay, and then status, so connection dot set status, okay, fine. So requester ID, okay, I'm getting requester, receiver, I'm getting receiver, and status is, we'll set it as initially pending, right? Not accepted yet, okay, pending. And then let me save it, so connection repository dot save and connection, right? Okay, fine. Now I need to publish event, okay, so publish connection dot requested event, okay. Let me create, first let me get private final Kafka template string object, okay, Kafka template, and then private static final, okay, string, and connection Okay, and what? Requested topic. So connection dot requested, right? Let me copy this. Fine. And here map string object. Okay, connection requested event equal new hash map, right? And what we need to put here inside, so first is requester id. Okay, requester id, right? And then we'll put receiver id. Okay, so receiver id. Okay, and then we'll send it. Kafka template dot send. Okay, this is the topic. Fine. And requester id. Okay, and event. So connection requested event. Okay, and log.info, some loggings as connection request sent, right, from this to this. Okay, and what are this? So from requester id to receiver id. Okay, and in return, okay, we are returning the string value. So connection request sent. Done? Yes or no? Okay, fine. So this is what the our send connection implementation, right? Now the next thing is our accept connection. Okay, accept connection request. Fine, and I'm getting the connection ID. That's it. So yeah, let's implement our next method, that is what? Public and a string accept connection. Okay, I'm getting the connection ID. So first let me get the connection. Okay, connection equals, so connection repo dot find by id. Okay, and I'm getting the id. Okay, so connection id. Okay, and or else throw what? Hmm? So new runtime exception. Okay, and connection not found, right? And this is my connection id. Okay. Yeah, got it. Now what? So okay, 1 second. Hmm? Okay, yeah, fine. Now now we need to first update the status. Okay, once my receiver accept the connection, okay, then connection dot set status as connected. Okay, done. And then we need to save it. Connection repository dot save that connection. Okay, and then we need to publish what? Connection dot accepted event. Okay, accepted event. Okay, for that let me just copy and paste it here. Okay, and here in place of requested, accepted. Okay, and connection dot accepted, right? Let me just copy this. Okay, and first let me copy this entire thing, right? Fine. Okay, and here in place of requested, accepted. Okay, yeah, fine. And here, so using connection I'm getting, okay, so connection dot get requester id and connection dot get receiver id, right? And Kafka template dot send. Okay, and here, right, connection accepted topic. Okay, then what? Connection dot get requester id. Okay, and then connection. Okay, connection accepted event. Yeah, fine. Log.info and connection accepted, right? Connection ID and return return connection accepted. Okay, fine, fine. Now our next endpoint is what? Get connection. Okay, yeah, so user only get those connection who are accepted ones. Okay, so public returning the list of user response. Okay, user response and get connections. Okay, and I'm getting the string user ID. Right. So first, you know, let me connection repository. Okay, dot find by, and just pay attention here. So find by requester ID and status. Okay, I'm passing first is what, my user ID. Okay, and second is status. Okay, so connected status. Fine. Connection. Okay, so connection status dot connected. Yeah, okay, connection status connected. Fine. And I'm getting the list. Okay, list of connection, right? Connections. Okay, so this is the entire thing. Understood, right? Connection repository and list of connection. Okay, and a string requester ID. Okay, and connection status. Okay, status. Yeah, got it created. Fine. Where is that? Yeah, here. Now the next thing is what? We'll apply the stream. Okay, so connections dot stream dot map. Okay, and okay, see. So we need to get all those profiles. Okay, fine. So we are already getting it. Okay, we have already created a method, endpoint here, get profile. Okay, so here, you know, get user profile. Okay, and c dot get receiver ID. Fine, and then dot collect to list. Right. Okay, and anyway we are going to implement this endpoint next. Which one? Get user profile. Okay, get user profile. Fine. So after that, public and user response. Okay, get user profile. Right, and I'm getting the user ID. Okay, string user ID. Okay, so get user profile is this method. Right, first let me get the user. Okay, user equals user repository dot find by ID. Okay, and user ID dot or else throw. Okay, and new runtime exception. Right, user not found. Right, and user ID. Okay, yeah, and now we are returning, so we need to return user response. Okay, but we have user, so we need to just convert it. So map to what response, and let me pass the user. Okay, and let me just create a private method, okay, which is returning user response. Okay, map to response and user. Right, okay, and just need to set the values. Okay, so user response equals new user response. Right, and yeah, all the values. So let me just do fast forward. Okay, yeah, all the values in the response. Okay, in the user response. Fine, and then return response. Yeah, done. Okay. Next is, see, next one is important one. So, which is update profile. Okay, because here we need to, again publish event to Kafka. You know? Okay. Why? I just want answer in the comment section. Why? Okay, yeah. Public and user response. Fine. Update profile. Okay, and first I'm getting the user ID. Okay, and then user response request. Oops, request. Okay, fine. Yeah, 1 second. Oh, one thing I forgot. So add request body and user response. Okay, and this is the request I'm passing, right? Okay, so user service. Okay, first thing, let me get the user. So let me just copy and paste from here. Okay, I got my user, and then I need to, edit. Okay, update it. So user dot set headline. Okay, then user dot set about. Okay, then user dot set location. Okay, and then user dot set skills. Okay, fine. So request dot headline, request dot get about, request dot location, and request dot get skills. Fine. Okay, yeah, and user saved user equals user repository dot save user. Done. Okay, and now we need to publish user dot updated event. Okay, so I've already asked you one question before we've started this update profile implementation, that why we need to publish the event here. Okay, so I've explained you that what once we have registered a user, once we have registered a user, at that time, once after registration, we have you know publish event. Why? To make this user searchable. Okay, now we have updated the values. So again, we need to publish the event so that our that service consume this, okay, and update that index, so that whenever some other users searches this user, okay, so it should show the updated values like skills, location, about, headline. Okay, that is where we need to just publish it. Okay, so let me directly copy and paste from here. Okay, so okay, user updated event in this case. Okay, and first thing is user ID. Okay, fine. Then first name. Okay, fine. Then last name. Okay, fine. Then email. Okay, I don't need email. Headline. Okay, so 1 second. Headline. Okay, fine. And location, and one more thing, that is what? Skills. Okay, so get skills. Okay, and here, yeah, this one. So private static and user updated topic. Okay, user dot updated, right? Copy this. Fine. And what? Kafka template dot send. Okay, and then saved user dot get ID and user updated event, right? Log dot info, user dot updated event published, right? And what? Saved user dot get ID. Okay, then return map to response, okay, and then saved user. That's it. Yes or no? Yeah. Okay, fine. Here we have, one problem. Why? Because also we need to pass it here. Okay, user ID and request. Yes, this is. Yeah. Okay, done, right? Yeah. Okay, so with this, our user controller and all the methods being implemented. Yes. Yeah. So now what next is remaining in our user service? There are three things, right? Our configuration part, yeah, and application properties and pending task, okay, pending endpoint, okay, your homework. Fine. And you might be thinking that, we have not been touched this S3 service, okay? So yes, your pending task is related to this S3 service only. Yeah, okay, fine. No worries. If you can, then you can, implement it. Else, definitely, I have to implement it. Anyway, okay, so let's start with our configuration part. Okay, first bcrypt config. So here configuration, and we need to create a bean for that. Fine, so public bcrypt password encoder and password encoder, right? And we need to return new and bcrypt password encoder. Okay, bean. Fine. Now, important concept. Pay attention here, all of you. Pay attention on my screen. Yeah, so we have almost completed our user service. Yeah, everything is done, right? So both the controller methods implemented, and now some of you might be thinking that why we have created this S3 service. Why? Because our first service, that is the auth service, is responsible to register and login the user. Yeah, register and login the user, right? And user service is responsible to send the connection, okay, all the connection related operations and our profile related operations. Okay, get user profile, update profile. But why this S3 service is for? So that is what, I told you, your task. Okay, yeah. Just look at here. Okay, let's implement that. Right. So my user controller. Okay. And here public, I'm returning response entity and user response. And our endpoint is upload profile photo. Yes or no? And I'm passing three things. So first is my path variable, a string, user ID. Okay, second thing is same, my X user ID, right? So from header, okay, request header and X user ID, right? So requesting user ID, and the third thing is actual file. Yes, request param, okay, and file, right? Multipart file. Yes or no? Yeah. Okay. So now at first let me check whether my this user ID and requesting user ID is same. Okay, because I have only access to edit my profile photo, not others. Okay. So user ID. Okay, 1 second. User ID dot equals, okay, and requesting user ID, right? And I have put the not operation here, okay, not operator. Fine. So if it is not, then return response entity dot status and 403 dot build, right? Okay. Else we need to return what? Response entity dot okay and user service dot upload, okay, upload profile photo, right? And user ID. Okay, and let me pass the file here. Yeah, Yes, and here this is what my post mapping. Okay, so user ID, right? And profile photo. Yes or no? Yeah, this is why we have created this S3 service. Okay, and still I want you to code at your own. So this is what, the flow of my videos. To first, you have to code at your own. Yes, and then finally, my video is there. Anyway, I have to code it. Right, okay. So let's quickly implement this important method, okay, in my user service, right? Okay, here. Public, returning the user response, okay, upload profile photo, and I'm getting a string user ID, okay, and multi-part file. Okay, right. First, let me get the user. Okay, so let me just copy, yeah, user repository find by ID. Okay, okay, yeah, I'm already getting the user ID. Yes. Then, then I need what? URL. Yes or no? So in our user entity, we have added fields as profile photo URL. Okay, and same thing goes with our cover photo URL. Okay, and from where we'll get this URL? From AWS S3. Yes or no? Yeah. So let me just, get it a string and photo URL, right? So also let me, now let me just take this S3 service, okay, and here private final S3 service, okay. hmm So S3 service, yeah, and in that I'm going to implement a method that is upload file, okay, and I'm going to pass this file, okay, and key prefix, okay. So let's say profiles, right, and here user ID I'm passing, okay, and uh, photo or profile, or let's say avatar. Yes. Hmm. Okay, and then let me set it. So user dot set profile photo URL. Okay, so this is what I'm getting, photo URL. Okay, and then user, okay, or saved user equals user repository dot save what? User, right? And here log dot info profile photo uploaded for user. Okay, this is what user ID I'm getting, and let me return. So I'm returning the user response. So yeah, invoke map to response method and pass what? Saved user. Yes, okay, done. Yeah. So, you know, you have to implement this upload profile in our S3 service. Don't worry, don't worry. Okay. So next after this service, I'm going to take our post service. Okay, as the name indicating post. Okay, that means user create post, you know, like, comment, and whatever. Okay, so here, just listen to me. Here, I'm going to implement S3 service. You need to understand this concept and pause the video. Come back here in the user service, S3 service. Okay, and you need to implement this method. Which method? Um, you know, upload file method. Yeah, this in the S3 service. See, even after that, if you unable to, you know, complete it, then no worries. I'm always there. Okay, you can just again watch the video, right? Okay, fine. Yeah, so now let's proceed with the next part. That is our, you know, properties file. Okay, application properties file. Yeah, and then we'll directly go to our next service, that is post service. Okay, I'm going to explain you that how this uploading works, okay, from the backend side, and then you can code. If not, then no worries. Yeah, so let's start with our application YAML file. Okay, so Spring, then application, Then name, so user service, okay, data source URL, okay, so JDBC MySQL, okay, localhost 3306 and database, let's say userdb, okay. Also let me just enable the property create database if not exist equals true, right? Then username, password, you can enter your own username and password. Driver class name, okay, com dot mysql dot cj dot jdbc dot driver, okay, fine. Then jpa hibernate, okay, ddl auto update, right? And then show sql, okay, so set it as true. Then dialect, okay, so properties, then hibernate dialect. How do we get it, the dialect? Go to the search, okay, classes, and just type mysql dialect. Here is the class written by Java people. This is the entire path org hibernate dialect dot mysql. Copy this dot mysql dialect, okay, done. And now comes our Kafka properties, right? Yes or no? Yeah, okay. So spring dot Kafka, then bootstrap uh, servers, yes, okay, local host 9092, okay. So at the time of deployment, our last previous video, I've shown you that here we need to provide our the Kafka address which is running on Docker. Yeah, okay, no worries. Anyway, we need to update the YML file in AWS EC2 instance, okay. Yeah, so if you have seen the my video deployment, then easily you can relate, okay. Next is producer, fine. Why? Because we are not consuming anything in this service. So key serializer, right? And org dot apache dot kafka dot serialization dot string serializer, right? Similarly, value serializer, okay. So org dot spring framework, okay, spring framework, right? Then dot kafka dot support dot serializer, okay, and dot json serializer. Yeah, fine. Next, server port, okay, 8081, okay. And then we need to just what, give the JWT configuration, okay. Fine, fine, fine. So JWT secret first, okay, then expiration, fine, we have provided. Then refresh expiration, okay, right. One second, okay, fine. Yeah, also the secret must match the API gateway secret exactly. Yeah, okay. Next is our what, AWS. So AWS also just comments here, JWT, one second, JWT and configuration, right? And here our AWS configuration. Yeah, so AWS and access key, yes, then secret key, okay, then region, okay, whatever region, south 1, AP south 1, whatever. And S3, okay, so bucket name, fine, okay. Yeah, so this bucket I've shown you at the time we have coded our Netflix application, okay. Yeah, all uploaded on my channel. Okay, you can just go and watch. Management, now the actuator endpoints. Okay, management, then endpoints, then web, then exposure, then include, okay, health info. Okay, yeah, fine. So this is what our configuration is done. Okay, at the time of testing we'll set up our AWS and enter all our AWS, okay, region, bucket name, okay, and all these values. Fine. Okay, now let's move to our next important service, that is post service. Okay, let me close all the tabs. Yeah, post service. Okay, let's start building our post service. Okay, let's go. Okay, let's start with our entities, right? So there are total three entities. What are they? Post, like, and comment. Yeah, okay, fine. Let's proceed. So, okay, entity dot post, and then what? Then our like, okay, and the last one is comment. Right, so let's start with our post entity. Okay, so entity and add table, right? Name. Okay, so what? Posts. Okay, and then add data, add no args constructor, and add all args constructor. Fine. Now let's add the fields in our post entity. Okay, so the first one is private string ID. Okay, fine, and ID and UUID. So add generated value strategy and UUID. Okay, fine. Then post. Okay, so our next field is author, right? Author ID, right? Okay, author ID. Fine. And then content. So private string content. Okay, and then some image, right? So private string image URL. Okay, and then post contains likes count and comments count. Okay, so private int like count. Okay, and private int comment count. Okay, fine. And finally private local date time created at, okay, post created at, and private local date time updated at. Okay, fine. So here author ID, so at column nullable false. Okay, yeah. And for the content, okay, at column, okay, column definition text. Okay, yeah, rest all is okay, fine. And for these two fields, add creation timestamp, okay, and add update timestamp. Okay, yeah, done. Next is our which like entity. Okay, first add entity, okay, and then add table. Here first let me give the name as likes, and then what? Unique constraints equals add unique constraint. Okay, and what? Column names. Okay, so post id. Okay, post id, and what? User id. User id. Yeah, fine, it's good. Okay, and then add data, add no args, and add all args constructor. Okay, fine. So the fields are in this private, okay, private string and id. Fine, and yeah, so post id, private string, and post id. Okay, fine. And here column name is post id, right? So let me just give at column and name post id and nullable false, right? Similarly, private string and user ID, right? So add column and name user ID, okay, same as we have just mentioned there, and nullable false. Fine, and the last field is private local date time, okay, and created at, right, at creation timestamp, right? And for our ID field, ID and at generated value strategy, okay, UUID, right? Okay, so here with this our like entity also completed, right? Okay, fine. Now our last entity, that is comment entity, okay, and table name comments, right, at data at all args at no args constructor. Okay, fine. Now let's add the fields in our comment entity. Okay, so private string id, okay, then we need to also add here post id, right? So post id, fine, and comments, okay, so author id, right? So private string author id, okay, and uh, what content, so private string content, okay, and finally private local date time created at, okay. So now at id at generated value strategy, okay, uuid, right, and post id at column nullable false, right? For the author id, same thing, column nullable false, okay. For the content, we need to just define, the definition. So at column, the first is, nullable false, and then column definition text, okay, fine. And here at creation timestamp, yeah, fine. So with this our entity part is completed, okay, fine. Now let me just build the entire skeleton, okay. So first my controller dot post controller, where we'll add all the endpoints, okay, post, fine, and all the endpoints. The next is service and what, post service, right? Also we'll create one more service here, which is, right, S3 service, okay. Next thing is what, config. So config dot AWS config, okay, and then our repository. So there are total 3 repository, post repository, okay, 1 second, repository dot post repository, okay, and interface, right. Then our like repository and our what, comment repository, yeah, fine, okay. So extends JPA repo, and here post, fine, and string, okay. Similarly, in case of like extends JPA repository, okay, and like, right, string, and the last one is our extends JPA repo, okay, and comment string, fine, okay, yeah. So now let's start building our post service. Let me just start adding the endpoints, okay, fine. Add rest controller, okay, add request mapping, okay, API v1 posts, okay, and then slf4j, fine. First let me take private final post service, okay, post service, and for that let me add required arcs constructor annotation. Okay, fine. Yeah. So our first endpoint is user create post. Okay, definitely. So first is our create post, and yeah, public response entity. Okay, and I'm returning the post itself. Okay, and create post, right? Yeah. Okay, so we need three things, right? Request param and first author id. Okay, fine. And content. Okay, so request param. Okay, string content. Okay, and final thing is request param. Okay, this is required false, and this is what my image. Okay, multi-part file image. Okay, yeah. So let me return response entity dot status. Okay, and http status dot created, then dot body. Okay, so post service. Okay, I'm going to implement the create post in our post service. Okay, so let me call that, and let me pass all three things: author id, okay, then content and image. Fine. Okay, post mapping. Fine. Our next endpoint is get post. Okay, so public and response entity. Okay, post get post, right? Okay, using at path variable and a string post id. Yes, post id, we have the post entity. Okay, so post id. Okay, and return response entity dot. Okay, post service dot get post. Okay, I'm passing the post id, right? Okay, fine. And this is what my get mapping. Okay, and post id. Yeah. Next, our next endpoint is if suppose I need to get all my post. Okay, so get user posts. Fine. For that, let me return the list. Okay, definitely. Fine. So public and response entity. Okay, and list of post get user. Okay, and using user id, right? So at path variable string user id. Okay, and then return response entity dot. Okay, post service dot get user posts, and I'm passing the user id. Okay, get mapping and user id. Yes, okay. The next endpoint is our like post. Okay, someone likes, so public response entity and string like post, right? So at path variable string, the first is I'm passing post id. Okay, and the second thing is request param and string user id. Okay, fine. So return response entity dot. Okay, post service dot like post, and let me pass post id and user id, right? And this is what my post mapping. Okay, post mapping. Okay, so this is post id and like. The next is our comment, right? So public response entity. Okay, and returning the comment. Yeah, yes, okay, and add comment. Okay, so first I'm passing path variable and a string post id, right? And then request param string author ID, okay, and content, right? So add request param string content. Okay, fine. So return, uh, so add comment, right? So response entity dot status and http status dot created, right, dot body, and post service dot add comment will implement this method in our post service, okay, and post id, then author id, and then content. Okay, this to our post mapping, okay, post mapping, and post id, right, and comments, okay, comments, right, fine. Next is our user should have option to delete the post, okay, and same thing goes with other functionality, right? Okay, so public and response entity string, okay, so delete post, right, and let me pass path variable string post id, right, and at request param string user id. Okay, fine. So post service dot delete post, let me pass post id and user id, right, and then return response entity, okay, dot okay, and post deleted, right, okay, and this is what my delete mapping, hmm, and post id. And our last endpoint is public response entity, okay, list of, you know what, comment and get comments, right? So add path variable and comments on a post, so post id let me pass, right, and return response entity dot okay, post service dot get comments, right, and post id, yeah, and get mapping, right, fine, post id, okay, and comments, yeah, fine. So let's implement all the methods one by one, and also you have to help me, okay, I'm not gonna implement each and everything, right? So in between I'm going to give you a task that you can implement, you know get comments, okay, or delete post method at your own, okay, and you need to pause the video and implement there itself. Understood? Yeah. So that is the good thing, code along with me, okay, yeah, fine. Let me just go to my post service and add service at slf4j, right, and then let me take private final and post repo, okay, then private final like repo, and then private final uh, comment repo, okay, fine. I need to add a annotation that is required args constructor, okay, fine. So at first our create a post, right, so post controller and create post, okay, post, fine, uh here, so public, okay, post, and create post. I'm getting three things: first author id, okay, then string content, then multipart file image, okay, yeah. So here we need to publish event to Kafka, okay, also optionally, okay, optionally uh, upload image to S3, right, and publish, let's say post dot created, okay, event to Kafka, and publish post dot created event to Kafka, right? And the services consumes this event, that is our feed service, definitely, okay, feed service, and our search service, okay, will consume this. Okay, fine. Let's start implementing. Yeah, optionally, we'll upload image to S3. Okay, related to post. Fine. So first, let me add some loggings that I am creating post for user. Okay, and this is what the author ID, right? And then let's create a post. Fine, post equals new post, right? And first let me set the author ID. Okay, what I'm getting, that is author ID. And also let me set the content. Okay, so set content. Okay, I'm getting the content, right? Okay, fine. Now for the image, if suppose, let me add a check, if suppose image, okay, uh, not equals null, okay, and image dot is empty and not, okay. So if image is not coming as null, okay, and not empty, fine, then in that case we need to upload the image to S3. Okay, that, see what that means. So that means a user created a post with some media file. Okay, yeah. So, okay, fine. Let me take my S3. Okay, private final. This is what the S3 service. Okay, so S3 service, right? And in that, we are going to implement our upload file method. Okay, so uh, once file uploaded, okay, to S3, in return, what we'll get is we'll get image URL. Okay, equals S3 service dot upload file. Okay, we'll implement this and sending the image. Okay, fine, and prefix, so posts. Okay, and author ID, right? That's it. Yeah, and then let me set this image URL in our post entity. Okay, so we have already provided a field, set image URL, yes, post image URL. Okay, yeah. Now you can do the same thing with all type of media files. Okay, I'm showing you for the image. Okay, yeah. Next is, let me save it. So post saved post equals post repository dot save. Okay, and post, right, and then log dot info, so post created, right, and saved post dot get id. Okay, now let me publish. Okay, publish to Kafka. Okay, and my feed service and search service consume this. Okay, so the topic name is post.created. Okay, first let me just Kafka template. Okay, a string and object Kafka template, right, and then private static final. Okay, final string and post created topic. Okay, so post dot created, right, and okay, fine, let me take the map. Okay, a string object. Okay, and post created event. Okay, new hash map. Fine. So what all we need to put here in the post created event? Okay, the first thing is post ID. Okay, saved post dot get post ID, get post. Oh, not post, it's ID. Yeah, fine. Then post created event dot author ID, right? So author ID saved post dot get author ID, right? Then next post created event dot put content. Okay, content and saved post dot get content, right? And then post created event dot put, the next thing is image URL. Okay, so saved post dot get image URL, and final thing is what? Our timestamp. Okay, so put and created at. Okay, so saved post dot get created at dot to string. Okay, fine. And then let's send this. So Kafka template dot send and post created topic. Okay, just now we have created few minutes before. Okay, then our ID. So saved post dot get ID and our event post created event. Yeah, log dot info and post dot created event published, right? Okay, and saved post dot get ID. And then let me return the saved post. Okay, why? Because I'm returning the post itself. Yes, okay, yeah. So this upload file, I need to implement it. Okay, we'll implement first. Let's complete our service part. Okay, post service part. Fine. So with this, our create post method is completed. Next is our, important one. Fine. Like post. Now, just, think before we'll implement that how this, liking system works. Like how do we implement this like post method? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I just, want answer in the comment section. Okay. Meanwhile, let me implement other two small methods. Okay. Yeah, these two, get post and get user post. Okay, fine, just one line implementation. Okay, fine. Meanwhile, your homework is, not homework, your job is to just think what the approach we should follow to implement this like post. Okay, yeah. So get post, fine, and public post, get post. Okay, I'm getting the post ID, right? And simple return post repository dot find by id. Okay, post id or else throw, right? New runtime exception and post not found, right? And post id. Yes, next is our get users post. Okay, so here in this get user, that means author. Okay, so we'll create a query method, okay, in the repository, and then we'll fetch the list of post, right? Okay, so the method name is, okay, fine, and public list of post get user. Okay, and I'm getting the user ID, right? So return post repository. Okay, so just see here, pay attention here, user, that means author, right? So find by author ID. Okay, and order by created at and DSE. Yeah, descending, that means latest one should comes on the top. Okay, descending order, latest one should come on the top. So find by and author ID, order by and created at DESC. Okay, so yeah, user ID, let me pass it and let's create this method in our post repository. Okay, so returning list of post. Okay, yeah, and what I'm getting the user ID, right? And then that's it. Okay, yeah, that's what I want, returning the list of posts. Yeah, now comes our important method, that is like post. Okay, so like post ID. Okay, hmm. So public string and like post string post ID and string user ID. Fine. Also, this method is not just for the like. Okay, so it tells us both the thing, right? So like or unlike a post, right? Okay, fine. Okay, so at first let me get the post, right? So post and post. Okay, and already we have implemented a method get post. Yeah, so let me just call that get post and let me pass the post ID which I'm getting. Okay, fine. Now understand the scenario. Just look at my screen. Okay, all of you. Fine. So suppose you have logged in into the LinkedIn systems. Okay, and here is what my like button, right? Comment and so on. So suppose if you want to like some post. Okay, so what you'll do? You just tap on this button, like, and this post liked by you. Yes, okay, fine. This is the first case. Now suppose if you want to unlike it. Okay, this liked, if you want to unlike it, then again you'll come and tap on the same liked button. There is no any separate button for unlike. Yeah, okay. So this is the scenario we need to consider. Okay, so first we need to check in our live repository that whether the post which you are liking is already being liked by you or not. Yes, yeah. And if it is, then we need to delete it, count -1, okay, and then update the repository. Yeah, else we'll go with the our like object. Yeah, okay. So let's proceed with the same thing, right? Let's implement it. So if like repository dot exist by and post ID and user ID. Okay, so if already being liked, fine. So I'm passing post ID and user ID. Okay, let me create this method in the like repository. Okay, here boolean and post ID, right? A string post ID and a string user ID, right? So where is that post service, right? Yeah. So if already being liked, then we need to unlike it. Okay. So unlike. That means like repository dot again we need to call one method. Okay. So find by we need to find that. Okay. So find by post ID and user ID. Right. Okay. So again let me create this too. So optional. Okay. Optional of like and post ID, right? A string user ID, right? Okay, here, yeah, post ID, user ID, right? And dot if present, yeah, like repository delete, yes, and let me set the value. Okay, let me update it. So post dot set like count. Yeah, so in the post we have, like count. Okay, comment count. So let me update it. Like count is post dot get like count -1. Okay, and then post repository dot save post. Yeah, and let me return it as post unliked. Okay, yes or no? Understood? Yeah. If you haven't liked it, then the like process starts. Okay, so let me just equals new like. Okay, and then like dot set post id. So this is my post id. Okay, we need to set it. Fine. Also we need to set the user id. So set user id. I'm getting this to user id, right? And then let me save it. So save like, right? And also let me update the post also. Okay, because see, if the post gets one like, then we need to update like count +1. Okay, so post dot set like count. Okay, so post dot get like count +1. Understood, right? Yeah, and then save this to post dot save and post. Okay, and then let's publish post dot liked event. Okay, so for that let me also create topic variable. Okay, and this is what? Post liked topic. Post dot liked, right? Okay, fine. Now let me just take map and a string object post liked event. Okay, and equals new hash map, right? And what other things we need to put? So post liked event dot put, the first thing is post id. Okay, I'm getting post id. Next is post liked event dot put user id. Okay, I'm getting that too, user id, right? And author id. Post liked event dot put author id. Okay, so I'm getting that post dot get author id. Okay, and finally let me send it. Kafka dot send. Okay, post liked topic, right? And post id and post liked event, right? And then let me return post liked. Yes, got it? Yeah, so this is what our like post method implementation. Okay, now another method. Okay, if you want, then just try at once at your own for this add comment implementation. Pause the video and try it. Okay, yeah. So this is add comment to post. Okay, yeah, public and comment, add comment, right? So comment, and I'm getting three things. So first is my post ID, right? Then second thing is my author ID. Okay, and then last thing is my content. Okay, comment content, right? So in this two, first let me get the post. Okay, let me just call the method get post and pass the post ID. Okay, I have my post, fine. And then we need to create a comment. Okay, so comment equals new comment. Okay, and set the values. So comment dot set post ID, fine. Then comment dot set author ID. Okay, then comment dot set content. Okay, fine. So I'm getting post ID, author ID, and content. Yeah, that's it. And then comment, okay, saved comment equals comment repository dot save comment. Yes, then again we need to update my post. Yeah, so post comment count, remember that, right? So post, okay, and post dot set comment count. Okay, so post dot, yeah, get comment count plus 1, fine, and then post dot save, oh, 1 second, post repository. Ah, post repository dot save and post. Yeah, fine. Now let's publish post dot commented event. Okay, so let me just copy and paste this, and this is post commented topic post dot commented. Okay, fine. Post, and here let me copy this to map. Okay, fine. So this is post commented. Okay, and what the thing we need? Okay, so from here only let me copy all these, just replace the variable name. Okay, post id, fine, I need that, and user id. hmm. Okay, let me just remove that, fine, and yeah, author id. So author id I'm already getting here, author id. Okay, next, post commented event dot put, and what, comment id, right? So comment we have saved, right? So saved comment dot get id. Okay, fine, and last thing is post author id. Okay, so post comment event dot put and post, yeah, post author id, right? Like whose the post is this? Yes, so post dot get author id. Okay, this is the author who is commenting, and this is the author whose post he is commenting on. Okay, and finally Kafka template dot send. Where is my topic name? Post commented. Okay, and post id, right? And what, post commented event, and return saved comment. Yeah, fine, got it. Now next, okay, two methods remaining. First, let us implement get comments. Okay, so we need to just create one more method in comment repository. Okay, a query method, right? So get comments, I'm getting the list of comment. Okay, and get comments, right? And for a particular post, right? Okay, so return, and now comment repository dot. So what I need is, I need list of comment by post id. Okay, so look at here, find by and post id. Okay, and also order by created at, okay, timestamp and DSC, yeah, latest on the top. Okay, 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 so let's, you know, find by, okay, what, post id, and order by created at, and I'm passing the post id. Okay, that's it. Just need to create this method. Okay, list, Okay, fine. Yeah, comment, and I'm getting the post ID. Okay, fine. Yeah, done. Now the next is our, also let me just write comments. Okay, comments are really important in my videos. Get comments for a post. Okay, and then finally let's implement our delete post method. Okay, post ID and user ID. Okay, so public string delete post, string post ID, and string user ID. Okay, also delete post. Yeah, so no big deal. First let me get the post. Okay, let me call the method get post. Okay, post ID, right? Now first let me check whether uh, my post author is same as this user. Okay, yeah, fine. So if post dot get author ID, okay, dot equals user ID and not, if both are not same, then throw new runtime exception and not authorized to delete this post. Okay, got it? Yeah, and else post repository dot delete post. Okay, I'm already getting, and log dot info, and what post deleted. Okay, and post ID, right? Fine. Oh, here it should be void. Yeah, okay. Post controller, correct. So we have implemented all the methods of our, post service, right? Create post, get users post, okay. Add comment, delete post, and get all the comments, right? Okay. So now only one thing and most important thing remaining of the video, that is our S3. Okay, so in the post service, if you remember, we have created a method that is upload file. Okay, let's implement that. Okay, and let's implement the same method in our service too. Right? Okay, fine. S3 service at service and at SLF 4J. Fine. Now I need few things. The first thing is client, S3 client from AWS SDK, then bucket name from S3 and region from my AWS account. Right? Okay, so let me first get my S3 client. Okay, yeah, for that let me add required args constructor annotation, and then let me get what private string bucket name, okay, and then private string region. Okay, so we are getting it from our AWS account. Okay, yeah, and we are handling it in our properties file. Okay, so let me get the value from my properties file. Okay, aws dot s3 dot bucket name, right? Bucket name. Okay, similarly add value and aws dot region. Okay, fine. Yeah, now what? Now let's implement our one and only final, that is upload file method. Okay, yeah, so passing the multipart and key prefix. Okay, so public and string upload file multipart, okay, file and string key prefix. Yes. Yeah, so at first let me open my try catch. Okay, IO exception. Okay, yeah, so now first let me just get the key. Okay, I'm getting the key prefix, let me use that key prefix. Okay, plus / and then let me generate uuid dot random uuid plus underscore, and then let me get the original file name. So file dot get original file name. Okay. Now second thing is, let me build the request. Okay, yeah. So put object request request equals put object request dot builder. Okay, now let's set the values in that. Okay, the first is bucket name. Okay, this is the bucket name, right? And then key. Okay, so yeah, and then content type. Okay, content type. So let me get it from file dot get content type. Okay, and then dot build. Yeah, okay. Now let me put that object using S3 client dot put object. Okay, request I'm passing, and what, request body from bytes. Okay, and file dot get bytes. Yeah, got it. And finally, let me get my URL. So URL equals HTTPS. Okay, and then our bucket name, right? Then dot S3 dot region. Okay, then dot Amazon AWS dot com. Okay, and key. Fine. Log dot info that file uploaded to S3. Okay, right, and URL, right, and let me return URL. Okay, yeah, in the catch block, throw new runtime exception. Okay, failed to upload file to S3. Okay, and e dot get message. Yes, okay. Got it, got it. So this is what our S3 serves. AWS config and our properties file. Okay, let's do it. Let's complete it. Add configuration. Okay, configuration, and then I need few things from my AWS account. Okay, so private string and access key. Okay, then private string and secret key, right? And then private string region. Yeah, okay. Same thing we are handling in our properties file. So let me get the values. Okay, from my properties. So AWS dot access key. Okay, and add value. So AWS dot secret key and add value AWS dot region. Yeah, fine. Okay, now let me get the client. So S3 client, S3 client. Okay, bean of my client. Okay, so then what we need to return S3 client. Okay, dot builder, then region, so region of region. Okay, and then credentials provider, okay, static credentials provider. Okay, dot create, and then need to provide the basic credentials, AWS basic credentials dot create. Okay, and access key, and then secret key, right? Fine, then dot build. Okay, also let me add bean. Fine, then yeah, so our configuration file is completed. Now only one thing remaining, that is properties file. Let's complete it. Spring application, then name, so post service. Okay, then data source, then URL. Okay, so URL is JDBC. Okay, MySQL, then local host 3306. Okay, and our second database, that is PostDB. Okay, also create database if not exist equals true. Okay, yeah, then username. Okay, root, you can enter your own MySQL username, password root. Okay, and driver class name com dot mysql dot cj dot jdbc dot driver. Okay, fine. Now JPA, then hibernate, then DDL auto, so update. Okay, and then show SQL set it as true. Fine. And then dialect, so properties, then hibernate dialect. Okay, so org dot hibernate dot dialect. Okay, dot mysql dialect. How we get it? Already shown you. Fine, go to the search and in the classes just type, okay, mysql dialect. Click here and copy this entire path dot mysql dialect, right? Yeah, fine. Next thing is our Kafka properties. Kafka, then bootstrap servers, okay, local host 9092, right? And then our producer. Okay, because see, we are not consuming anything here. Okay, so first is key serializer. Okay, org dot apache dot kafka dot common dot serialization dot string serializer. Okay, fine. Similarly, value serializer, so value serializer. Okay, org dot spring framework dot kafka dot support dot serializer dot json serializer. Okay. Yeah, got it. Then our application should run on the port 8082. Okay, and then our AWS configuration, right? Okay, so AWS, then access key, right? So your access key, similarly secret key. Okay, and then region. Okay, and then what? S3, so bucket name. Okay, fine. Okay, yeah, so you can enter your own access key, secret key, region, S3 bucket name. Okay, fine. And our actuator properties, so management, then endpoints, then web, then exposure, then include health info, right? Okay, fine. So with this, our entire post service is completed. Okay, entire post service is done. Fine. So I hope you understood each and everything. Okay, all the concept till here. Okay, our user service and post service. And one more thing, one important thing, pay attention here, all of you. So you can tag me on LinkedIn. Okay, my LinkedIn link is given in the description. Fine. So you can tag me in a post on LinkedIn. Fine. So that helps me to reach a lot of folks just like you. Right? Okay. Yeah. So don't forget to tag me on LinkedIn and yeah, subscribe and like. Fine. Okay. Without wasting much time, let's move to our next service. That is our what? Feed service. Okay. Yeah, feed service. Cloud dependency we have here. Okay, fine. So yeah, let's start and let's go. Okay, let's start with our controller. Okay, so feed controller, right? And then next is our services, right? So first is our feed service. Okay, and then our consumer. Okay, so feed event consumer. Okay, yeah. Then we have our configuration. So dot Redis config. Okay, and then also we need client, right? Interface and dot user service client. Okay, because going forward we need the connections, right? Okay, fine. So in our feed controller, okay, we are going to get the feed. Yes or no? Yeah? Okay. So, what? Request mapping. Okay. And API v1 feed, right? At SLF4J. Okay. Yeah. So, private final and feed service. Okay. Also, let me add required args constructor. Yes. Okay. Fine. Now, just look at here. Look at here. So, we are going to declare few methods. The first and most important method is get feed. Our task is to get paginated feed for a user. Yes or no? So today if my user logged in to this LinkedIn system, okay, and the very first thing is the feed should populates here. Okay, and suppose if any of his connection posted something, that recent post should comes on the top. Okay, yeah, so feed should populate here. He should get his feed. Okay, second endpoint is will declare as clear feed. Okay, so this is useful for testing purpose. Yes, okay, fine, let's proceed. So first is public and response. Okay, response entity, and I'm returning list of a string. Okay, and get feed. Yes, yeah, and I'm passing three things. So the first one is path variable, and for a particular user, so I need to pass user ID. Okay, and then page and size. Okay, so at request param, okay, and default value, okay, 0, int page, right, and at request param, okay, default value, so 10. Okay, size is 10. Fine. Also the comments are important. Okay, let me write them. So get paginated feed for a user. Okay, and returns list of what? Post IDs. Okay, and also client fetches full post details from our post service. Yes, got it. Okay, fine. So return response entity. Okay, dot. Okay, and calling the get feed method, which we are going to implement in our feed service. So get feed. Okay, and we are passing all three things. So user ID. Okay, then page, and then size. Okay, fine. Yeah, and it is my get mapping, right? Okay, and user ID. Fine. The next endpoint is we are going to add, that is clear feed. Okay, so public response entity and string clear feed. Yes, okay, path variable and string user ID. Fine. So here feed service dot clear feed and passing the user ID, then return response entity dot okay and feed cleared. Okay. Yeah. So this is what our delete mapping. Okay. And user ID. Okay, fine. Yeah, okay. Also, let me mention here that clear feed. Okay. And for what? Useful for testing. Hmm. Okay, fine. Now let's implement these methods in our feed service. Okay, so add service and add slf4j. Yes. Okay. Take final Redis template. Okay. String object and Redis template. Yeah. So for that, let me add required args constructor. Okay. Fine. Now let's implement our method. So yeah, get feed. Okay. Public, and I'm returning what? List of string and get feed. Okay, and I'm getting three things. So string user ID, right? And int page and size. Okay, yeah. So first let me add some loggings that getting feed for user, okay, and user ID. Yeah, fine. Now let me also, first get the key. Okay, so our feed key. So, this is the key where this user's feed is stored in Redis. Okay, so let me also, just declare variable static final string and feed key prefix. Okay, so feed, yeah. Okay, so feed key prefix and plus user ID. Okay, now next important thing. So pay attention on my screen, that is pagination post range. Okay, so we have to set that how many post on each page. Yeah, so we need to set our starting and ending point of number of post per page. Okay, yeah. So look at here. Okay, let's see how we set our both the range. So start equals, okay, page times size. Okay, and end equals start plus size minus 1. Okay, now let me explain you. Okay, I know most of you didn't got this. Okay, like what I've just did here. Fine, no worries. Let me explain you. So let's say the page is, we are getting here, the page is 0 and size is 10. Okay, size is 10. Fine. So according to this formula, which we have, written here, start equals page cross size. Okay, so 0 times 10, that means 0. Okay, end equals start plus size. So start comes as 0. Okay, 0 plus size is 10 minus 1. So 9. What that means? That means fetch items 0 to 9. That means first 10 post 0 to 9. Yes or no? Okay, let's go forward. So going forward, suppose page coming as 1 and size is okay 10 only. So according to this formula, start equals page. That means 1 times 10. Okay. 10. And ending. End equals start. So start is 10. Then plus size. Size is 10. Minus 1. So it is 19. What that means? It means fetch items from 10 to 19. Next 10 post in our users feed. Yes or no? Getting my point? Yes or no? Okay, are you with me? Fine. Let's proceed. Okay, then let me just take the list of object. Okay, and here is I'm getting the post IDs. Okay, post IDs equals template dot ops for list. Okay, where is ops for list? Yeah, here it is. And then let me just provide the range. So first my key. Okay, then start and then end. Okay, according to it, it populates as per our range. Yeah, okay. Now let me just put a null check, right? So if post IDs equals null, or post IDs dot is empty, then log dot info and feed cache empty for user. Okay, user ID, and we need to return the list. Okay, so return new array list. Okay, fine. But if not, then yeah, let me get the result. So list of a string and result equals, so post IDs dot stream. Okay, stream, fine. And what? Dot, let me map it. So object to string. Okay, and dot to list. Yeah, fine. Got it? Okay, and then log dot info. I am returning what? Posts for user. Okay, so returning what? Result dot size. Okay, and user ID, right? And let me return result. Yes, yes or no? Done? Yeah, done. It's done. I hope you got the understanding of each and every line of the code which we have written here. Now let's implement our second method, that is clear feed. Okay, so that is useful for testing, which we have created. Okay, let's implement it quickly. Fine, so public void clear feed, and I'm getting the user ID, right? Okay, so first let me just get the key, that is feed key. Okay, yeah, and our feed key prefix plus user ID, right? Okay, and then Redis template, so we need to delete it, right? Delete feed key. Okay, yeah, and log dot info, so feed cache cleared for user and user ID. Okay, right. Also let me just put some comments. Okay, clear feed cache for a user. Okay, done. Feed event consumer and add service at slf4j, right? Yeah, and public void, right? And consume post created. Okay, and add payload, fine, map. Okay, and a string object and payload, fine. Okay, also comments are most important in my videos. So consume post dot created event. Okay, and when a user creates a post, then immediately, okay, immediately what? Push that post to all their connections. Okay, connections and what? Feed, right? Okay, yeah, let's do it. And this is what, this is how LinkedIn or Twitter, okay, generates feed. Hmm. Yeah, so pre-compute at right time, so reads are instant. Okay. Hmm. Correct, correct. Let's implement it. Okay, let me open my try catch. Okay, exception. Fine. So at first, let me get my post ID and author ID. Okay, payload dot get and post ID. Right. Let me typecast it. A string and string author ID equals payload dot get author ID. Yes. Okay. So a string, fine. Now next thing, get all connections of the post author. Okay, yeah. So list of map and a string object. Yeah. Okay. Connections equals what? So now here I need my client. Okay, so if you remember in our user service controller and user controller, we have added one what? Yeah, this endpoint. Get connections. Okay, get connections. Yeah. So here what we are doing? We are fetching all the connections. Okay, and that is what we need here. Event consumer. So first we'll get the connection and then update their feed. Okay, fine. So yeah, let me use my Fein client here. Okay, and my auth controller, user controller. Okay, let me put them side by side here. Okay, yeah. So fine. Let me just copy this. Okay, so it is returning list of what? So map and a string and object, right? Okay, and then finally we can just copy this entire definition, right? Yeah, okay, and it is get mapping, right? Entire path, let me just copy it. API v1 users and so API v1 users and user ID connections. Okay, user ID connections. Fine. Yeah. And Fein client. Okay. Name from which service? User service. Okay. And URL of this service is what? So we'll handle it in our properties file. Okay. User.service.url. Okay. Localhost 8081. Fine. Done. Let's continue with our consumer part. Okay. Yeah. Fine. So the next is, let me declare first private final and user service client. Okay. For that, let me add required args constructor. Right. So user service client dot get connections and I'm passing what? Author ID. Okay, fine. So now we need to push. We need to push post to each connections feed. Okay. Fine. So to do that, let me use the for each loop and roll over each connections. Okay. So for and map. a string object, okay, and connection, right? So connections, I'm getting connections, okay, and first let me get the connection ID. Connection ID equals, okay, so connection dot get, and here ID, okay. Also it needs casting, right? Fine, done. Yeah, then what? So then let me get the feed key, okay. Yeah, so feed key, right, equals, so let me just copy this one, okay, here. Yeah, feed key prefix, and plus what? Connection ID. Okay, yeah, connection ID in this case. Okay, because we are pushing post to his connections. Okay, connection ID. Yeah, and then add post to feed as sorted set. Okay, and score equals timestamp. Okay, so fine. Also, I need the Redis template here too, right? So, yeah, here Redis template. Okay, Redis template. Fine, and dot ops for list. Yeah, okay. Then left push, right? Left push. Okay, and let me pass the feed key and post ID, right? Post ID. Okay, and then we need to keep feed size under limit. Okay, so yeah, Redis template dot ops for list. Okay, then dot trim. So first let me provide my key, feed key. The start is 0, and for end let me create a variable. Okay, so private int max feed, okay, size, and we'll handle this in application properties too. Okay, so add value, right, and feed dot max size. Yeah, max feed size should be our -1. Then log dot info post pushed to feed of user. Okay, which user? So post ID and connection ID. Okay, yeah. Now there are two scenarios. The first is once my author posted something, right? So once my author posted something, fine. So that post pushed to his connections feed. Okay, but that post should also pushed to his own feed too. Yes or no? Yeah. Okay. So for that too, we need to just add few lines of code. Okay. Also to the author's own feed. Okay. Yeah. So first let me get the author feed key equals feed key prefix plus author ID. Okay. Here author ID, then Redis template dot ops for list, okay, and then left push, so author feed key and post ID, yes, and then Redis template dot ops for list, okay, apply the methods on the top of that, trim, okay, and author feed key start 0 and is max feed size -1, okay, then in our catch block log dot error, okay, and error in pushing, right, that's it, and e dot get message, yeah, done. Next is let me add Kafka listener and topics, so post dot created, yes, okay, fine, yeah. So with this our feed event consumer is completed, okay. we have implemented all the methods, most importantly our get feed endpoint. Yeah, okay, fine, it's done. Now the next thing is Redis config. Okay, yeah, let's do it. Add configuration, right? Then what? So we need to create a bean. Okay, Redis template, right? Redis template and a string object. Fine. Redis template. Okay. And what? Redis connection factory. So Redis connection factory. Okay. And connection factory. Right. Then Redis template. Redis template. Okay. And a string object template equals new Redis template. Fine. And then template dot we need to set connection factory. Okay, so yeah, let me set it connection factory, right? And then template dot set key serializer. Okay, so new string Redis serializer. Okay, fine. And template dot set value serializer. Okay, so new generic Jackson to JSON Redis serializer. Yeah, and then return template. Okay, and also add bean annotation, right? Okay, fine. Yeah, so everything is done. Only one thing remaining, that is our properties file. Okay, yeah, so client is done. Controller feed event consumer. Okay, important one, most important functionality, okay, in our consumer. And feed service, get feed, clear feed. Yeah, that's it. Also don't forget to add here enable feed clients annotation. Okay, yeah, fine. Let's complete our properties file. Spring and application, right? Then name, so feed service. Okay, and data Redis host. Okay, so host is localhost and port is our 6379. Okay, then Kafka properties. So in this service we are consuming, right? So definitely we need to include our consumer. Okay, first bootstrap servers. Okay, local host and 9092, right? And consumer, right? Also group ID. Okay, group ID. Okay, let me keep it as feed service group, right? Okay, then auto offset reset. Okay, so earliest, right? And then key deserializer. Okay, so org dot apache dot kafka dot common dot serialization. Okay, dot string deserializer. Okay, deserializer. Yeah, fine. Similarly, value deserializer. Okay, so yeah, so it is org dot spring framework dot kafka dot support dot serializer dot json deserializer. Okay, fine. JSON deserializer. Okay, yeah. Then properties and spring, then JSON, then trusted packages. Okay, fine. And then what? Use type headers. Okay, false. Okay, and value default. Okay, payload type java dot util dot hash map. Okay, yeah. Now my application is running on the port. Which port? 8083. Okay, yeah. Next. Next is our, let me just handle this user service URL. Okay, so, okay, and HTTP localhost 8081, right? And at last, management endpoints web exposure include health info. Yeah, okay, fine. So with this, our third service, that is feed service, also completed. Okay, now only three things remaining, and one of the most important part of this video, that is API gateway authentication. Yeah, API gateway JWT authentication. Okay, no worries, we are heading towards it. Next service is our what? Search service. Okay, and then notification, and then our API gateway. Okay, fine. So our search service. Yeah, let's start. Let's go. Okay, so at first we need to create documents, right? So the first one is our user document. Yeah. Now all of you pay attention here on my screen. Yeah. Point number one. So this is document for user search. Okay. Point number two. Our search service going to index this document when user registers or updates profile. Okay, so if you remember, you know, a few minutes before we have coded our this user service. Okay, actually we have created our user, right? So user service, okay, auth service, yeah, this one. And here, can you just take a look at this code? Which one? Yeah, this one. So, yeah, here user registered. Okay, we have saved the user and then we have published an event that is user.created. And this comment says that search service consume this event and index user to make user searchable. Okay, so that is why our first document we have created as what? User service. So document for user search and indexed when user register or updates profile. What it does? It enables full text search across all the fields. Okay, fields, right? So name, okay, and headline, right? And skills, okay, location, and so on. Yeah, so enables full text search across fields. Yeah, this is what we are going to code in our search service. Okay, yeah, so let's proceed with that. At first, let me add document annotation, document and index name. Okay, this is users, right? Then add data, add no args constructor and add all args constructor. Fine. Now the fields we need to add in this document. So the first one is our private string ID, right? And first let me add comments. Okay, most important document for user search. Okay, and indexed when user registers or updates profile, right? And what enables full text search across name, headline, skills, location. Okay, fine. So now let's add other fields, right? So private string, first name, okay, first name, right? Yeah, and then private string, last name, right? And then private string, headline, okay, and then what? Huh? Then private string, location, okay, and then private list. So list of string and skills, right? And then private string email, okay, and private string photo, okay, or I can just write profile photo URL. Yeah, fine. Now let's add, you know, ID, okay, then what? Field, okay, field, and type, right? So type is text, right? Text, okay, field type text. Let me just copy this, okay, and last name, so same thing, right? Then headline, okay, same thing, paste it. Then location, so location, okay, keyword, right? Fine, keyword, okay, yeah. Let me copy this too, right? And skills, field type dot keyword, email, keyword. Okay. Good. Yeah, so our user document is done. Next is our post document. Okay, post document. Same thing goes with the post document too, right? Let me write the comments. Okay, document for post search. Okay, yeah, post search and indexed when a post is created, okay, and it enables full text search across post content. Okay, yeah, so now here at document, okay, and index name equals what? Posts, and add data, add no args, add all args, right? Fine. So our fields are private string ID, right? And private string content, right? And then private string author ID, right? And then private string, yeah, image URL, okay. And our final field is private string created at, okay, fine. So here at ID, okay, and at field, okay, at field, and type equals text, right? And here at field, so type equals keyword, okay, and yeah, that's it. Hmm? Okay, fine. Now let me just build the entire skeleton. Okay, the first is our controller dot search controller. Okay, and then our service. Okay, so the first service class is our search service. Okay, and the next one is search event consumer. Okay, yeah, and then our repository. Okay, so our first repository is post search repository, okay, and oh, one second, first need to create a package that is repository, okay, and let me just put my file into the repository package. Yeah, the next one is our what? The next is our user search repository. Here we are going to extend Elastic search repository. Okay, fine. Yeah, so we'll do it once we'll proceed with our coding part. Fine. For now, let's start uh with our search controller. Yeah, okay, let's go. Add REST controller, then add request mapping. Okay, and API v1 and search, then SLF4j, right? So at first, let me take my search service. Okay, and for that I need to add one more annotation, that is required args constructor. Okay, fine. Let's add the endpoints. So our first endpoint is search people by name. Okay, headline or location. Yes, fine. So public and response entity, right? And here returning list of what? So user document. Okay, and search people. Fine. Okay, search people, and I'm passing what? Query. So request param. Okay, string q, right? And here I am returning response entity dot okay, and search service dot search users. Okay, the method which we are going to implement in our search service, and I'm passing the my query. Okay, and add get mapping, right? Okay, and people, right? Okay, fine. Our second endpoint is we can search by skill. Okay, so yeah, 1 second, first comments, right? So search people by skill. Okay, so public. Okay, and response entity list of user document. Okay, and search by skill, right? I'm passing at request param. Okay, a string a skill. Okay, search by skill. Fine, and return response entity dot okay, and search service dot search by skill. Okay, let me pass the skill here, right? Yeah, fine. At get mapping. Okay, and skills. Yes, okay. Our next endpoint is search post. Yes, okay. So public response entity and list of post document. Okay, and search, right? Hmm. And let me pass request param string q. Okay, fine. Return response entity dot okay, search service dot search posts. Okay, q. Fine. And here get mapping, right? Okay, and also comments. So what? Search by content. Okay, yeah, fine. So now let's implement all these methods. Okay, in our search service. Oh, 1 second. Search event consumer should be inside service. Yeah, okay, fine. So search service at SLF4j. Okay, let me take private final user search repository. Okay, user search repository. So let me add annotation required args constructor and private final. Okay, what? Post search repository. Okay, so our first method is returning list of user document. Okay, and search users, right? So search users. Okay, fine. And I'm returning a string query. Okay, fine. So log dot info and I'm searching users. Okay, and query. Yes, okay. And here let me return. Okay, what? So user search repository dot search users, the method, and I'm passing this query. Okay, let me create this method in our user search repository. First extends. Okay, and one second, right? So elastic search, elastic search. Okay, and yeah, repository. Fine, and here let me pass user document and string. Okay, fine. Now the method. Okay, so what? Returning list of user document. Okay, search users. Okay, I'm getting the string query. Hmm. Okay, and here add query. Right. Yeah. Now here what? Full text search across first name, last name, headline, location. Okay, so yeah, let's go for it. At first, fine. Okay, so multi-match, right? Okay, and then what? Hmm? So then, okay, query, right? So query, right? Okay, and then what? So this is okay, 0 and fine. Yeah, now let me just add the fields. Okay, so our first field is what? Hmm? First, let me just mention here. Okay, so one second. Fields. Okay, yeah, and the fields are what? First is first name, right? First name. Hmm. And then what? Then our last name. Fine. Okay, and then okay, so here fine, and headline, right? Headline. Okay, and next one is what? Hmm? So this is and location. Okay, location. Fine. Okay, that's it. Okay, let me just close all the things, right? Hmm. Okay, let me just close it. Yeah. Oh, one second here. Okay, and here too. Yeah, now it's done. Fine. Okay, it's done. So back to our search service. Okay, implemented. Fine. Next method, our search by skills. Okay, yeah, search users by skill. Okay, and fine, public. I'm returning list of user document, right? And search by skill, right? I'm getting the skill, right? Okay, so log dot info searching users by skill. Okay, fine, skill. And let me return user search repository dot find by skills and containing what? Skill I'm passing here. Okay, let's create this method too in our user search repo. Okay, list and returning user document find by skills containing what? String skill. Okay, done. Also search by specific skill. Yeah, okay, fine. back to our search service and our third method, that is search post. Okay, fine. Search posts by content. Okay, so public and list returning post document, search posts and string query, right? Log dot info searching posts. Okay, and okay, searching posts, fine, and query, right? Okay, and then returning, so post search repository dot search posts and passing query, right? Okay, search post, fine. So now let's create this method in our post search repository. Okay, fine. So extends and elastic search repository. Okay, post document and a string, fine. Okay, now across post content, yes, so returning list. Okay, list post document. Okay, this is our method name and getting the string query, yes. Okay, and then query, fine, here too. So what, our, and one second, yeah, so match. Okay, and what, okay, so fine, and content. Okay, content. Okay, and so next is what, query. hmm. So query. Okay, so again same thing, right? Okay, and then what, so okay, and what, fuzziness. hmm. Okay, and then colon auto, right? So auto. Okay, done, yes or no? And let me close it, right? Yes, one second, let us check it once, and query, content, and match, yeah, done. Okay, fine. Now back to our what, search service. Okay, and all three methods implemented in our search service. Okay, yeah, all three methods. So search user, search by skill, and search post. Okay, now we need to consume three events here. Three events. The first one is, you know, when user created. Okay, second is when user updates his profile. Okay, and third one is when post dot created. Okay, yeah, important one. So let's proceed with that. Okay, search event consumer and service slf4j. Fine. Okay, our first event is user created, right? So public void and consume user created. Okay, add payload map. Okay, and string object. Okay, payload, fine. Okay, so at first let me open my try catch. Okay, fine. So log dot info and indexing new user. Okay, payload dot get and user ID, fine. Okay, so now here first let me create my user document, and document equals new user document, fine. And then let me set the values. Okay, so document dot set ID. Hmm. Then document dot set first name. Okay. Then document dot set last name. Okay. And then document dot set email. Okay. Document dot set headline, and finally document dot set location. We have the payload. Okay, fine. So payload dot first is user ID. Okay, and also a string. Fine. Typecasting. That's it. Let me just copy and paste in all of these. Okay, right. Okay, and just replace the you know fields, first name and last name. Okay, then our email, then headline. Okay, and location. Fine. Okay, and then let me what? So let me save this document. Okay, user. Okay, fine. Let me take that to private final user search repository. Okay, also need to add required args constructor. So user search repository dot save and this document. Fine, the document has been saved. And what? Hmm? Log dot info user indexed, right? Yes or no? Okay. And here payload dot get user ID. Fine. In the catch block, log dot error. Okay. And error indexing. Okay, indexing what? User, and here e dot get message. Fine. Understood, right? Yeah. Okay. Add Kafka listener. Okay. Topics user dot created. Right? User dot created. Okay. The next one is user updated. Okay. Public void consume user updated. Right? So add payload, and let me just copy. Okay, fine. Yeah. Now here we need to first get using user search repository. Okay, and then set the updated values, right? So first let me open my try catch. Okay, right? Yeah. Let me get user ID equals payload dot get and user ID. Yes. Okay. A string. Fine. And then what? Log dot info. Okay. And updating user index. Okay. User ID. Right. And now let me just take user search repository dot find by ID. Okay. Let me pass user ID. Right. Dot if present. Okay. And document. Right. So document dot set, right? So set first name. Okay. And in that, let me just copy this. Okay. Yeah. And it should be first name. Okay. And string. Yes. Yes or no? Yeah. Then let me just copy the whole thing. Okay. So here, what? Last name. Okay. And last name. Fine. And then what? So then headline. Okay. Headline. Yes. And here too. Headline. Yeah. And then location. Yes, so location, yeah. Hmm. Okay, and here too, location. Done. Okay, fine. Yeah. Then we need to add a check, that is if payload dot get what skills. Okay, so skills, and if it is not equals null, then doc dot set skills. Okay, and yeah, so list, right? Get and skills, fine. And now list of string. Okay, yeah, fine. And then user repository dot save doc, fine. And log dot info user index updated. Okay, yeah. So user ID, fine. And in the catch block, what? Log dot error. Okay, and error updating user index. Fine. Okay, so e dot get message. Yeah, and here too add Kafka listener. Okay, and topics. So user dot updated. Okay, got the concept right. So here, first we fetched the, our document, and then we have set it the values, right? Okay. Next is what? Our post created. Okay. So consume post dot created event. Okay. Public void consume post created. And again, let me copy this. Right. Yeah. Fine. At first, let me open my try catch. Okay. Fine. So now let me just copy that. Okay. Which one? Yeah. User. Okay. So here in place of user, it should be post document, right? Okay. Post document, and here too post document, right? Fine. So now ID. Okay. ID remains same, right? Here it should be post ID. Okay. Yeah. Then here it should be set content. Okay, and here content, fine. And then set author ID. Okay, and here author ID. Okay, and then set image URL. Okay, so here too image URL, fine. And then set created at. Okay, yes. So here too created at. Okay, let me remove this. Fine. Now again post. Okay, so let me get that too. Right. Yeah. So private final post search repository. Okay. Let me copy this and post search repository dot save and document. And in our catch block, log dot error and error indexing what? Post, and here e dot get message. Okay, done. And my add Kafka listener. Okay, topics post dot created. Done. Okay, yeah. Now only important thing remaining, that is our properties file. Okay, yeah. Fine, everything is done, all the methods implemented, and we have consumed all three events. Okay, here is what our user and post search repository, both the documents and controller. Fine, let's proceed with our properties file. Spring and application name search service. right? And then elastic search, okay, and Elasticsearch. So we need to provide the URIs, okay. So HTTP, okay, and localhost 9200, fine, okay. And then Kafka properties, right? Kafka bootstrap servers, right? Localhost 9092, okay. And then consumer, okay, group id, fine. So search service group, okay. Then auto offset reset, okay. So earliest, fine, okay. And then let me just copy, you know, from which service? Hmm? Our feed service, right? Okay. So yeah, consumer and till here. From consumer, okay. Yeah, done. And then next is server port. My application should run on the port 8084, okay. And management, yes, endpoints, web, then exposure, include health and info, okay, done. Yeah, so with this our search service is completed, fine. Now only two services is remaining, that is our notification service and API gateway. Yeah, so let's proceed with our next service. Okay, let me close all the tabs and our notification service. Okay, yeah, let's go. Let me just create, service dot and notification service. So service, okay, and at SLF4J, find, yeah, okay. Now at first, once user is created, okay. So user, okay, consume user dot created event, okay. So send welcome notification, yeah, once user register on LinkedIn, fine. So public void and consume user created, okay, event, and at payload map, right. So string object payload, okay, fine, okay. And at first let's open the try catch, okay, fine. And now let me first get my user ID equals payload dot get user ID, okay, casting, right, string. And then let me get my first name, okay. So let me just copy this to first name, right, and here first name, okay, got it. Yeah, and now let's send notification, okay. So we are going to implement this method, okay. And here first let me pass my user ID, okay. And then title of the notification, okay. So welcome to LinkedIn, okay, LinkedIn, right. And then our message, okay. So first let me format string dot format and what, welcome %s, okay. So %s, and your account has been created, yes, okay, fine. and start connecting with professionals, right? Okay, and then what percent s, right? So welcome first name. Yeah, fine, got it. And in the catch block, log dot error, okay, and error sending welcome notification, okay, and e dot get message, okay, and Kafka listener, okay, topics, okay, what user dot created, yeah, okay. Then next, so next will consume our connection dot requested event. Yeah, so when someone sends request to some other professional, in that case we need to notify receiver about connection request. Okay, fine. So consume and connection dot requested event, okay, and notify receiver about connection request. Okay, fine. So public void consume connection request. Yeah, fine. Let me just copy the same thing. Okay, try catch. Okay, exception. Hmm. And first, let me get the both the IDs. Okay, so receiver and requester, right? So let me just copy this. Okay, and just change here receiver, right? Receiver ID, okay, and same thing requester ID, okay, so requester ID, right, and here to requester ID, okay, fine. Now what? So now let's send the notification, okay, and so first let me declare that send notification method, okay, so private void and send notification. So first is user ID, right, second is title, and third is message, okay. Fine. So here send notification and first is receiver ID, okay, receiver ID, okay, and here what title is new connection, okay, connection request, fine, and string dot format, okay, so user, okay, user percent s and wants to connect with you, right, okay, fine, and here our requester ID, okay, yeah, so this user wants to connect with you, okay, fine, and log dot error, okay, sending connection request notification, yes, okay, and e dot get message, okay, 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 fine, fine, that's great. And Kafka listener topics, okay, so connection dot requested, fine, okay. Now our third you know third event will consume, that is what connection accepted, okay, so in that case we need to notify requester that connection was accepted, okay, public void and consume connection accepted, okay, fine, and what consume connection, okay, connection dot accepted event, okay, and notify requester, right, that connection was accepted, okay, fine. So here, let me just, copy this and try catch exception. Okay, let me just copy the entire thing. Okay, fine. And here in this case, requester. Okay, so requester ID and the title is, okay, connection accepted. And user present as accepted your connection request. Okay, yeah, so see, we need to take care of each and every event, and we should notify the user. Okay, yeah. And here, okay, so plus you are now connected, right? Okay, 1 second. Yeah, fine. And here in this case, okay, log dot error and error sending connection accepted notification, right? E dot get message. Okay, fine. Next is when someone liked the post. Okay, suppose you have posted something and some other professional liked your post. So in that case also we need to notify who? Author. Yeah, about the like. Okay, so public void consume and what? Post liked. Okay, so fine. Payload. Okay, payload. Right. Okay, and try catch exception. Okay, also I forgot one thing. So Kafka listener. Okay, and topics connection dot accepted. Okay, accepted. Yeah, fine. First let me get the author ID. Okay, author ID. So same thing, payload dot get author ID. Yes. Okay, a string. And also let me get the user ID. Okay, so already I have my user ID. Okay, fine. Let me just copy this code. And also I need the post ID. Okay, so post ID and here too post ID. Fine. Now let's send the notification. Okay, so first is we need to notify author. Okay, so author ID and then what? Title. Okay, so someone liked your post. Okay, fine. And then what? A string dot format. Okay, so user percent s liked your post. Okay, and percent s. Fine. And user, so user ID, and here is post ID. Yeah, fine. Log dot error and error sending like notification. Okay, e dot get message. Fine. Next is the event we need to consume, that is comment. Okay, when someone comments on your post, then too we need to notify author. Okay, about new comments, right? So yeah, fine. Public void and consume post commented. Okay, so copy this. Okay, and try catch. Yeah, fine. So now here too I need the author ID. Okay, so let me just copy this thing. Okay, and post author ID. Okay, post author ID, right? Post author ID, okay, and then commenter ID, who comments, okay. So commenter ID equals just, here author ID, okay, and then our post ID, okay. So already we have post ID, fine. And then let's send the notification. So notification to the post author, okay. So post author ID, right, and title is new comment on your post, okay, sounds good. And then string dot format, okay, user, okay, %s commented on your post, %s, okay, and user, so commenter ID, okay, post ID, right, fine. Log dot error, okay, in the catch block, error sending comment notification, okay, fine. E dot get message, yeah. So this is what all the events we need to consume, and we have consumed it successfully. Yeah, all the events. So user created, then request received, okay, consume connection request, okay, and then accepted, okay, then post, like, and then comment. Okay, now let's implement this send notification method. Okay, so for now, let's take everything in the logs, right? So once everything goes good, then we'll implement the entire uh, notification code. Okay, yeah. So for now, let me take everything in the logs. Okay, so log dot info, fine, and okay, right. Let's verify first. Okay, and this is what notification sent, okay, then log dot info, and this is what to user, right. So this is user ID, then log dot info title, okay, and what title, right, title, and then log dot info message, right. So message, yes. And then let me just copy this too. So now in this service, only one thing remaining, that is our resources and properties file. Okay, let's complete it. Spring and then application dot name notification service, right? And then Kafka, okay, then bootstrap, okay, bootstrap servers, right, local host 9092, right, and then consumer, fine, so group id, okay, and notification service group, okay, and then auto offset reset earliest, right. And now let me just copy from my feed service, okay, so yeah, this one from key deserializer till here. Okay, so in our notification properties, fine. Okay, yeah. Now I want my notification service to be run on port 8085. Okay, and then my actuator properties. So management, endpoints, web exposure. Okay, include and health info. Okay, so with this, our notification service is completed. Fine, consumed all our events. Okay, now, now what? Okay, here, one second. Okay, add Kafka listener and topics post dot liked. Yeah, okay. Here to add Kafka listener topics post dot commented. So now only one thing remaining, and that is most important in our entire project, which is what? Our API gateway and the authentication, which we are going to code in this JWT authentication. Let's proceed. Okay, let's go. And before it, so if you haven't subscribed, then kindly subscribe my channel. Okay, also if you want, then you can tag me on LinkedIn in a post. My LinkedIn link is given in the description below. Okay, or you can find it on my channel homepage. Yeah, okay, let's go. Okay, so now at first let's create our JWT auth filter. Okay, so filter dot JWT auth filter. Yeah, and add component and add SLF4J. Fine. Now all of you kindly pay attention on my comments. Okay, because I'm going to, you know, show you the entire flow. Authentication filter. Okay, fine. Now authentication applied to all the routes except one. Okay, so applied to all routes except which one? API, V1 and auth. Yeah, because here we have what? Register and login. Okay, so user service, src, main, Java and controller, auth controller, right? API, V1, auth. Fine, and register, login. So we should have to keep these two endpoints open so that anyone can register and log in himself. Yeah, okay, fine. Except this apply to all the routes. Fine. Now the flow. At first, we'll extract JWT from authorization header. Okay. Yes. Then what? Then we will validate JWT signature and expiry. Okay. Then third step is we will extract user ID. Okay, remember user ID. Okay, from token claims. Step number 4 is we will add that user ID to request header. Okay, for downstream services. And step number 5 is forward request to correct service. Okay, yeah. And if JWT is invalid or missing, then what? Then 401 unauthorized. Yeah, okay, fine. So here is our entire flow. Now let's start coding our JWT auth filter. Extends what? Extends abstract. Okay, gateway filter factory. Yeah, and let me pass JWT auth filter dot config class. Okay, yeah, so public, okay, static and class config. Yeah, for filter factory. Okay, for filter factory. Okay, fine. And here what? So constructor, right? Okay, public and JWT auth filter super config dot class. Now let me override this method. Okay, implement, fine, and apply. Gateway filter. Yeah, got it. So now let me first, you know, return and what? So our server web exchange and what? Gateway filter chain. So exchange and chain, fine. One second here. Yeah, and then a string and auth header equals exchange dot get request. Okay, and then we'll get the headers. Okay, get headers, and then dot get first http headers dot uh, http headers dot authorization. Okay, yeah, authorization, fine. Next, let me add a check. Okay, so no token, that means what? Reject if what? Auth header equals null, or auth header dot starts with and bearer, right? Bearer. Okay, and not. In that case, we'll just send the warning. Okay, that missing or invalid authorization header. Okay, and let me return unauthorized. Okay, unauthorized and exchange, right? Yes, and let me implement this too. Fine. So private, and let me return mono of void. Okay, so mono, okay, reactive, fine, of void, oops, void, okay, and unauthorized, fine. So I'm getting what? Exchange server, web exchange server, and web exchange, and exchange, right? And then exchange dot get response. Okay, get response dot set status code, and which is unauthorized. Yes, okay, let me just http status dot unauthorized. Okay, and then return exchange dot get response dot set complete. Okay, fine. Implemented. Yeah, let's proceed with the next step. Okay, else let me get the token, right? Okay, so from auth header, and let me just substring. Okay, and the begin index is 7. Yeah, okay, bearer. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 and space 7. Fine. Now let me open my try catch. Okay, and catch exception. Okay, fine. So here first let me get the claims equal extract claims. Okay, we'll implement this method, okay, in coming few minutes. Let me pass the token, right? Okay, next is let me get user ID equals claims dot get, and let me pass what? User ID. And a string dot class. Yeah, okay, and then also let me just get email equals claims dot get subject. Yeah, here, fine. Let me just add loggings that JWT. Okay, JWT validated. Okay, for user and user ID. Okay, now what? So now add user ID to request header for downstream services. How to do that? First, let me get my server web exchange and modified exchange. Okay, equals. So we need to mutate. Okay, exchange dot mutate, and then dot request. So let's say r. Okay, and r dot header, and what we have set it there. So x user ID, right? Okay, and user ID, fine. Okay, and then dot header. Okay, let me just, yeah, dot header, x, user, and email. Okay, and email here. And then dot build. Okay. And let me return what? Chain dot filter modified exchange. Okay. In the catch block, let me just, you know, log dot error and JWT validation failed and e dot get message. Okay. And let me return unauthorized, same thing, exchange. Yeah. Next is let's implement this extract claims method. Okay, fine. So here private and claims. Okay, I'm returning extract claims and I'm getting a string token. Okay, fine. So return JWTs. Okay, dot parser. Okay, and then we need to set sign in key. Okay, so set sign in key. Okay, and get sign in key. Fine, we'll implement this method too. Okay, next is what? Build. The next parse claims JWS. Okay, parse claims JWS. Okay, so let me pass token here and then get body. Okay, fine. Yeah, let's implement this method. Okay, so private key. Okay, get sign in key. Fine, and we need to declare secret variable. Fine, okay, let's do that. Yeah, here private string and what? Secret key. Yes, let me handle it in our application properties file. Okay, so JWT dot secret key. Yeah, array of bytes. Okay, byte and key bytes. Right, key bytes equal decoders. Okay, decoders dot base64 dot decode and our secret key. And then return keys dot hmac keys dot hmac key for, and we'll pass the key bytes. With this, our entire JWT authentication filter is completed. Now let's move to our another important file, that is API gateway properties file. Spring application name. Okay, API gateway. Yeah, and data Redis. Okay, host, so local host, right? And then port what? 6379. Fine. And then what? So cloud. Okay, gateway routes. Fine. Yeah. Now auth routes. Okay. So in case of auth routes, no JWT validation required. Okay. Yeah. As already we have discussed, it's fine. So ID is what? User service. Let's say auth. And URI. So HTTP and local host 8081. Okay, and predicates. So path equals API and v1 auth. Yeah, fine. Next. So next is our user service, right? So user service routes, and in this JWT required. Okay, fine. So ID is what? User service and URI URI is same, HTTP, okay, local host 8081. Yes, predicates path and equals API v1 users. Okay, yeah, and here filters. Okay, so name JWT auth filter, and then name, so request. Okay, so for now, just pay attention here. Look at here. Let me just proceed without adding rate limiter. Okay, first let's test our entire application, all the microservices. Yeah, fine. Okay, and then later we'll add it. No worries. Okay, fine. Let me proceed. Okay, so next is our what? Post routes. Okay, and in this case, I need JWT validation required. Yeah, okay, fine. So here, let me just copy this complete thing, right? And here in this case, post service. Okay, running on localhost 8082. Fine. API v1 and posts. Okay, done. Similarly, let me just, get this. Fine. Okay, and feed service. Okay, so post service and feed service routes. Okay, JWT validation required, and this is what our feed service running on the port 8083. Okay, API v1 feed, right? And then finally our, important one, that is search service. Okay, search service and running on the port 8084. Yeah, here search. Yeah. Okay. So, we'll configure it our rate limiting. Okay, using key resolver. Okay, the method will create. Okay, to configure. Fine. But for now, let's proceed without that. Yeah. Okay. No worries, man. We'll configure it anyway. Just like we have did in our, last project. That is digital banking system. Already uploaded on the channel. You can just go and check out that. Fine. So here, okay, now I want my API gateway to run on the port 8080, okay, and then JWT secret key. Okay, so make sure that whatever secret key you'll write here, the same secret key should match with your user service resources application YAML, and yeah, this here secret here, same, both should match. Okay, fine. And then next, management. Okay, uh, endpoints. Okay, then web exposure, include health and info. Okay, so now it's done. Everything is done. Only few things remaining. Okay, so the first is we need to, you know, enter the password, MySQL password. Okay, so you can enter your own username password. Okay, let me enter mine. Okay, and here JWT secret expiration, refresh expiration. Okay, and yeah, have to configure our AWS. Okay, from there only we'll get our bucket name and access key, secret key, region. Yeah, and then after completing all the fields in our properties file in all the services, we are good to go with testing part. Okay, the most toughest and most crucial part of the video, that is what? Testing phase. Okay, because in this phase only we'll get to know our mistakes and we'll rectify there itself. Let's set up our AWS. Okay, fine. Let's go. So now let me go to my browser and type here AWS Amazon. Fine. Click on the very first link, that is aws.amazon.com. Okay, and we'll land here. Yeah, on the home page of AWS. Next, click on this create account button. Okay, top right corner. Fine. And here we have our AWS sign up page. Fine. So look at this. It is saying us that try AWS at no cost up to 6 months. Start with USD 100, okay, $100 in AWS credits plus earn up to extra $100 by completing various activities. Okay, so for sure we'll get $100 in AWS credits plus we can earn extra $100 by completing various activities. Yeah, okay. Next is our sign up part. Okay, so there are total 4 to 5 steps. Okay, and in each steps it asks you a few details. Okay, simple sign up, right? Just email address, account name, okay, username, password, and whatever, and then just finish your sign up process. Okay, yeah. So I've already signed up. Okay, so let me just directly log into my account. Okay, so here I am on my home page, console home of AWS account. Now, very first thing is what we need. Okay, we need access key, secret key, region, and S3 bucket name. Okay, fine. So at first, let's create our bucket. Okay, in the search bar, just type S3 bucket. Okay, and click on this S3. Right. Fine. So now here, can you see this button, create bucket? Okay, click on it. And yeah, so just scroll down and under bucket namespace. Okay, 1 second. Yeah, under bucket namespace, just check this option, account regional namespace recommended. Okay, fine. And then give bucket name prefix. So LinkedIn app. Okay, yeah, and this is what our full bucket name, LinkedIn app. Okay, and this is what the suffix which AWS attached, right? Okay, and then scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. Okay, and create bucket. That's it, right? So yeah, bucket is created, and this is what our bucket name. Copy this and paste it here. Done, pasted. Great. Next is go to your AWS homepage and check this link. This link, okay, URL address. Here, can you see the region EU North -1? Okay, this is our region. Copy this and yeah, in the region. Done. Okay. Next, access key and secret key. So for that, again, search box and just type IAM. Okay. Yeah. Click on this. And next is we need to create users. Okay. So IAM users. Click on this link. Okay. Yeah. So you can see I've already created few users. Okay. For our last project, banking application. Right. For you, if you are new to the this AWS setup, then just click on this button, create user. Okay, just give a beautiful name. Okay, LinkedIn app. Fine. Next. And yeah, out of these three, just click on this attach policies directly. Okay, and among all these we need to check which one. Amazon S3 full access. Okay, yeah, check this. Done. Next. Next is okay, and nothing we need to do here. Create user. Okay, so can you see our LinkedIn app user created? Now click on this. Okay, and now here, can you see this? Create access key. Yeah, click on this link, and out of these, just check this option, application running outside AWS. Okay, and then next. Okay, give your description tag value. Okay, whatever you want to give, fine. Let me just proceed without that. And here, create access key. Okay, yeah, can you see this? Access key and secret access key, right? Copy this, save it to your secure folder, and then what? Paste both your access and secret key here. Okay, fine, done. Yeah, so our AWS configuration is completed. Okay, and do this for all the microservices where we have added AWS S3 configuration. Okay, done. Okay, fine. Next part, that is JWT. Okay, so first is our secret, JWT secret. So it must be 32 characters long. Okay, 32 characters long and contains combination of alphanumeric characters. Okay, plus special characters allowed. Okay, yeah. So remember that, else you'll get exception, weak key exception. Okay, fine. So you can write your secret key. Fine. Next, expiration. Okay, of access token. So let me set it as 24 hours. Okay, and in millisecond it is 864. Okay, yeah, and 24 hours, right? 24 hours access token, right? And our refresh expiration, so let me set it as 7 days. Okay, in millisecond it is 60481234 5. Okay, and let me also write comments that 7 days. Okay, refresh token. Yeah, done. And the last thing is data flow. That means in our Docker desktop, make sure that all the data services are up and running. Redis, Kafka, Elasticsearch should be up and running. Okay, before we run our all the microservices. Fine. So now we are good to go to our testing part. Okay, let me just close all my tabs and let's start all the services one by one. Ready for the errors? Yeah, because we are going to get a lot of errors, and that is the best part of testing. Fine. Okay, so now let's start the services one by one. Okay, let me start with my user service. Okay, fine. And okay, run starts on the port 8081. Okay, yeah. Okay, fine. Oh, can you see? We've encountered our first error. Okay, so org, okay, SSL, yeah, S3 client. I got it, got it, got it. I'm expecting that. Okay, so let's go to our pom.xml and we have added our S3 dependency, right? Where is that? S3, S3, S3. Yeah, can you see this? And the version 2.47.5. Okay, so we need to downgrade this version. Okay, this version is quite not stable. Okay, so let me downgrade to 2.21.0. Okay, fine. And also we have used the same version in our post service. Okay, src, okay, pom.xml, right? Fine. And yeah, s3 2.21.0. Okay, fine. And resolve dependency, done. And now let me again hit the run button. Okay, and let's see whether you know our service runs successfully or not. Okay, yeah, so running on the port 8081. Okay, listening on 8081 and go on. Okay, go on, go on. Fine, can you see it started user service application? Okay, yeah, so that is what culprit. Okay, version. So remember, our first error is you know downgrade uh, S3 dependency version to stable one. Okay, that is 2.21.0. Fine. Okay, noted. Let's go with our second service. Okay, see, this is what I was talking about. The best part of testing is we've encountered the error and rectify, resolve there itself, and proceed to the next one. Okay, yeah. So user service up and running. The next is our post service. Okay, fine. And post service run. Okay, yeah, and make sure that your data services are up and running. Okay, Redis, Kafka, Elasticsearch, and MySQL. Okay, fine. So, okay, running on the port 8082 and yeah, it started post service application. Got it. third service is our what? Feed service, right? Feed service src main. Okay, let me just once go through my pom.xml. Okay, everything looks good. Okay, nothing to worry. And yeah, feed service. Okay, so okay, I'm listening on which port? 8083. Okay, and okay, fine, it started. Okay, my Kafka definitely. Got it. Already up and running. Okay, yeah. So the next service is our feed service and then search service. Okay, src main Java and got it. So our fourth service is up and running. Okay, and listening on the port 8084, I guess. Yeah, yeah, 8084. Okay, fine. And okay, it started the application. Fine, good. Next is our which one? Uh, Notification service. Yes. Okay. So notification service. Fine. src main Java and notification service run. Okay. Fine. Notification service is started. Okay. And I'm listening on which port? 8085. Yeah. Okay. Started service. Okay. Fine. Got it. Next is what? Our last one is API gateway. Okay, API gateway, src main and run. Okay, fine. Started API gateway. Okay, so I'm listening on the port. Yeah, base port that is 8080. Okay, because my API gateway is what? Single point entry. Okay, entry gate. Okay, all request comes through here. Hmm. Fine, started API gateway application. Now here's our postman I opened. Okay, and now let's start testing. So at first what we need? We need two users. Yes, two users. User number one and user number two. Pay attention here. So now first we need to let them connect with each other on LinkedIn. Yes, and yeah, we do have endpoints for that too. So send connection request, accept connection request, get connection, okay, and pending connections and all other endpoints. Yeah, okay, fine, good. Then, uh, any of the user creates post on LinkedIn. You know, post something on LinkedIn. Okay, fine. And we need to test that post should appear in all of his connections feed. Yeah, yes or no? Okay. And if someone likes that post and comments on that post, okay, so yeah, we need to test the notification. Okay, regular notification, that is the most important thing. Fine. And yeah, all other endpoints that we have built in our LinkedIn system. User service src main Java and controller auth controller, right? So in order to register users we have API v1 auth and register endpoint. Fine, let me go to my postman. Okay, and at first let me create collection, right? So the collection auth. Okay. Auth, and then inside that let me just add request. Okay, so first register and user. Okay, user one. Okay, or fine, register user one. Okay, so post mapping, http localhost 8080. Okay, and API v1 auth and register. right? Okay, body raw and okay, you can just select JSON. Fine. Now what I'm passing, register request, okay, and first name, last name, email, password, headline, and location. Okay, so first name John, okay, and last name, right, Doe, okay, and email, so John Doe at example.com, right, and then password, okay, so password, okay, or let's say John Doe, right, and then headline, right, so headline Java backend developer, okay, fine. So the same headline we used to write in our LinkedIn, okay, and then location, so location is California. Hmm. Okay, fine. Now let me just send the request. Yeah, everything looks good. Okay, fine. Come on, and sending the request. Okay. Oh, fine. So we got error that is 401. I'm not expecting that. Why? Because these two endpoints are open. We are not authenticating these two endpoints. Anyone can register, anyone can log in. Then why we are getting 401? Okay, so user service and okay, got it. Pom.xml. Hmm. And I guess, oh, this is the culprit. Security. We should not add the security dependency in our user service. No, let's remove it. Okay, and resolve dependency. Okay, only one dependency will add, that is Spring Security Crypto. Okay, fine. That is why we are, getting that 401 unauthorized. Okay, let me just restart user service with the changes we have made in our pom.xml. Okay, fine. And running on the port 8081. Okay, listening on that port. And yeah, started. Now again, let me go to my postman and send the request, and I'm expecting what? Tokens. So access token. Okay, got it. Access token and refresh token. Okay, and this is what my this user ID. Okay, and email, first name, last name, and token type bearer. Okay, this is what we are returning, right? So user number one register. Okay, now our register and user 2. Okay, so let me just post mapping and body raw JSON. Just let me copy and paste. Okay, and change the values, nothing else, right? So here Jane Doe. Okay, in place of John it is now Jane Doe, and password is Jane. Okay, and Spring Boot Microservices developer. Okay, fine. And Stockholm. Okay, Stockholm. Fine. Let me hit send the request. Okay, done. Got it. Now login. So login user one, and post mapping, right? And in place of register login and body raw JSON. So you know logging in using email ID and password. Okay, so email ID is the first one is John, right? Okay, and then password. Password is what? John Doe, right? Yes or no? Let me send. Okay, got it. And what? Second is my login and body. Okay, JSON, and it is Jane Doe, right? And Jane Doe. Let me send the request. Okay, fine. So in our auth collection, first two users register and logged in. Right. Now first let me go to my uh, editor. Okay, and I want you to just focus on one thing, that is our notification. Can you see this? Welcome notification. Two users register. Okay, welcome to LinkedIn, welcome to LinkedIn. And this is what their user ID. Okay, yeah. Welcome Jane, welcome John, and your account has been created. Start connecting with professionals. Okay, fine. Next. Next is, let me go to my user controller. Okay, auth part is done. User controller, and let's what? Test the endpoints. Okay, so first, uh, you know, first let me update the profile. Also one more thing. Okay, important one. So in the search service, yeah, can you see this? Both user indexed. Both user. I told you, once the user register himself, then our search service index them. Now anyone can search them on LinkedIn. Okay, fine. So now next is our update profile. Okay, let's test it. And okay, user ID profile, fine. And API v1 users, okay, I'm getting it. And in user response, fine, this is what response. Okay, so update profile, updating headline, about, location, and skills. Okay, got it. Let's do it. Now let me just close all. Okay, and then let me just create a new collection, right? New collection for what? Users. Okay. Now let's add a request. Okay, and it is put, fine, update, right? So what? API v1, and it should be users. Okay, fine. And user ID. Okay, that particular user whose profile I'm updating. So I've logged in, user number one, right? Okay, and login user number one. Okay, so let me just send the request. Fine, and this is what my user ID. Let me get that into my, yeah, and then what? Profile. Okay, fine. Put, and in the body, okay, JSON, and four things, right? So first is, let me update my headline. Okay, fine. So I've been promoted to the senior position, so senior Java developer. Okay, and Spring Boot. Oops. Okay, Spring Boot. Okay, and let's say Kafka. Yeah. Next is about. Okay, passionate, passionate. Okay, about building production grade microservices. Okay, fine. Need to enclosed in double quotes, right? Okay, fine. Location, location. Okay, California, USA, right? And then skills. Okay, so skills, right? First Java, then Spring Boot, then Kafka, then Redis. Okay, fine. Yeah, and now here, if I just hit on the send button, can you see this? 401. And that is what I'm expecting, because accept these endpoints, auth endpoints, we are authenticating each and every endpoint. Yeah, okay. So definitely I need to pass here access token, okay, and okay, authorization, fine, bearer token, and here, yes, okay, let me just send it, and yeah, can you see 200? Okay, allowed. So yeah, this is what my entire user, first name, last name, headline, becomes senior developer, okay, and about location, and these are the skills: Java, Spring Boot, Kafka, Redis. Okay, fine, done. So now update profile is working fine. Okay, update profile, right? Okay, done. Next is what? Let's send the connection request. Okay, fine. So okay, let me go back to my editor, and user controller we have where send connection request target. Okay, so to whom we are sending the request, target, user ID, and connect. Okay, and target user ID. Okay, fine, got it. So if John sending connection request to Jane, need to provide the user ID of Jane. Okay, yeah. So post mapping. Well, let's say this one. Okay, post mapping and API v1 users. Okay, and Jane. Okay, so here user ID of Jane, right? Okay, fine. Where is my login to? Okay, and here. Okay, let me just. Yeah, this is what user ID here. Okay, and what? Connect, connect. Okay, got it. And here access token already been set. Here in the body, what? Nothing, right? Okay, so nothing in the body. Fine, let me send it. Okay, send. Can you see this? Connection request sent. Okay, let's go back to our editor, and my notification service. Yeah, can you see this? New connection request, and this is, user ID, and this user wants to connect with you. Okay, so this is the user ID of Jane. Okay, Jane got this notification and a message like user John wants to connect with you. Okay, fine. Now, now what? Now we need to accept the connection. Okay, fine. I need connection ID. Definitely. Okay, so first, just pay attention here. First, if suppose my user send connection request to other user, okay, so this connection definitely should have a ID, and that is what our connection ID. Also, we should have to provide a feature, for our target user so that he can view all pending connections. Yes or no? So after that, he can just accept it or reject it. Yeah, this is the, good one. So another error, okay, I guess we forget to create that method. Okay, let me create it right now. Okay, so pending first accept connection, but before accept connection, we need all pending connections. Okay, and then we'll get the connection ID, and then we'll pass here so that our target user can accept that connection request. Okay, yeah, fine. So let's build it. See, this is why I love testing, because we got to know that where we have committed errors and will rectify there itself. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Public and response entity. Okay, and what? List of connection. Okay, list of connection, and get pending connections, right? Okay, so add path variable, right, and a string user ID. Okay, fine. Then return response entity dot okay and user service. Okay, dot get pending connections. Okay, let me pass the user ID. Okay, fine. And then add get mapping user ID. Okay, user ID and what connections pending. Okay, let's implement it right away in our user service. Okay, user service. Fine. So okay, before accept connection. Yeah. So public list. Okay, list of. So we also need to create one more method in our repository, right? So get pending connection. Okay, and I'm getting the user ID. Fine. So return and connection repository. So we need pending connection. That means we need to find by receiver ID and status should be pending. Okay, so find by receiver ID and status. Okay, let me just pass user ID and status dot pending. Okay, fine. Let me just create this method in our connection repository. Okay, list of what connection and find by this string receiver ID and connection status. Okay, done. Okay, it's done. See how simple is that? Okay, get connections, accept connection, and yeah, get pending connections. Done. Hmm? Got it. Fine. Now let me just hit that, first restart and hit this endpoint. Okay. Fine. So application has been restarted and let me just get this, user ID connections and pending. Fine. Postman. And next is what? Uh, okay, my JN user ID. Okay. Then connections and pending. Yes? Yes or no? Get. Get. Okay. Fine. Send. Oh, oops. So I need to pass here, token and my, okay, yeah, here. So my Jane access token, right? Okay, fine, and send it. Okay, can you see this? This is what my connection ID. And requester is this, John. Receiver is this, okay, that Jane. And status is pending, okay, and created at updated at. Fine. Now this is what I got it. Okay, so list. Okay, fine. As many as connections my Jane get, so all of them list here. Okay, yeah, for now it is one, so let me just copy that connection ID and now let me accept it. Yes or no? Yeah, put, okay, and okay, 1 second, put mapping, right, and okay, so accept connection ID and accept. Okay, so users connection, right, connection ID is what we have already copied. This is connection ID and accept. Okay, authorization and token, fine, send it. Can you see this? Connection accepted. Okay, connection accepted. And now again, let me just hit this. Get pending connections. Nothing. because that connection has been accepted. Okay, fine. So go back to our here, and also notification we got, notification sent, connection accepted, and user this, whatever, Jane accepted your connection request, you are now connected. Okay, so this notification is sent to John. Hmm? Congratulations. Okay, let's move to our next endpoints. Next service, post service, okay, main, Java, and controller, post controller. Yeah, create post. Okay, like post, get post, comment, and all other things. Right. So create post, API v1 post. Let's start. Okay, fine. And again, let me just create a new collection. Right. Okay. Post, post. Okay. And this too. Fine. Let me just save it. Okay. Oops. So, okay. Should be here. Fine. And connection request. Hmm? Yeah, fine. Later on we'll do it. For now, let me just add a request in our post. Create post. Okay. And what? It is post. Okay. And HTTP local host 8080. Right. API and API. Okay. And v1. Okay. Then what? Post. Okay. And that's it. Yes or no? Yeah. Okay. That's it. And uh, author ID, content, right? And image file. Okay. Param. Right. No worries. Body, form data, and here let me just write author ID. Okay. And value is what? You know, our uh John author ID. Okay, fine. Who is posting, right? So create post and my author ID. Next is content. Okay, content. Okay, so our content is let's say just build okay, complete LinkedIn, okay, system with Spring Boot, okay, Kafka, ELS, Redis, okay, and other technologies, right? Okay, fine. And image is optional. Okay, you can just upload it, file or whatever. Okay, response, you'll get the S3 path. Okay, fine. Let me just go with these two. Okay, and yeah, authorization. Okay, bearer token. Fine. I need what? My John access token. Okay, so let me just copy that, send it. So okay, sending request. Yeah, okay, can you see this? 201 created. And also I want you all to focus on this thing, image URL. Okay, so once you just here, like image. Okay, and here just file. Okay, and just select any file you want to upload. Okay, so here you'll get S3. Okay, AWS S3 path, right? Okay, so now currently this is what our post created. This is my post ID. Okay, this is my post ID. And what? Likes, currently no likes, no comments. Okay, fine. Now what next? Next is my John created a post. Okay, so definitely it should appear in the Jane's feed. Okay, there is one endpoint. Okay, and also let Jane like this post. Okay, fine. So like post. Okay, right here, like post. Okay, for that post. Okay, API v1 post and post ID, right? Okay, already copied post ID, and here like, okay, I guess. So create post comment, okay, at like, okay, post ID like, fine. And what? So here I need to just replace it with Jane token. Jane login user, okay, she's here. And this is her access token, right? Copy this and like post, pass it here and send it. Okay. Oh, fine, fine. Okay. So, got it. Request param. Fine. So, what? User ID equals Jane user ID. Okay. So, Jane, yeah. Jane user ID. Hmm. And here, fine. Yeah, we need to pass it as a param. Now, let me send it. Got it. Post liked. Post liked. Okay, fine. Hmm. And then again, if we get the post, then definitely it should hit like count 1. Okay, now the next is similarly, you can just add the comments. Okay, next, let's test our searching. Okay, so let me just create a new collection. Okay, and this is what? Huh? Search. Okay, we can search user profile by skills, by query. Okay, yeah, definitely. Okay, so search. Okay, let me just add a request. Okay, so search people. Okay, also notifications. Yeah, can you see this? Someone liked your post. That means our code is working absolutely fine. Okay, next is searching. Okay, so search fine. Rest all endpoints you can just test it. Okay, like post, same thing, get user post, add comment and whatever. Okay, yeah, simple man. Next is search service. Okay, search src main java controller, search controller, and search people. Yeah, people, API v1 search, and string query. Oh, that's nice, so get, okay, http localhost 8080 and API v1 search, hmm, and people. Okay, fine. So now query, let me just pass q equals everything, people with java plus developer. Okay, yes or no? Okay, and auth, okay, bearer token, just send it. Fine. Okay, got it. And I want to search, you know let's say Kafka. Okay, fine. And authorization, okay, bearer token, and let me send it. Yeah, can you see this? So, right, search by skills. Okay, and you can just type skills. Okay, skill and Kafka. Can you see our John skills is Kafka. Hmm? Java Spring Boot Kafka Redis. Okay, and also, other endpoints, search post. It's search across our post. Yeah, remember we have created a post. Fine. Yeah. So with that. Okay, so with this, our testing part is completed from my side. Okay, from my side, listen to me. Okay, but from your side, it is remaining. Now, your job is to go to our post service. Okay, and controller, post controller. So you can just test other endpoints like add comments. Okay, get post, fine, and get connections. Okay, pending connection, we have built it. Similarly, in our search service. Okay, Java controller. Okay, so you can just test it, search post. Okay, and fine, nothing else, right? Search people and search by skill already done. Yeah, so this is what. Okay, so with this, our LinkedIn system has been tested completely. Okay, done. And also we have encountered few errors. Okay, you remember, like first security dependency, okay, and then pending connection, that is most required one, okay, and then we get our connection ID, okay, and other things. Till today we have completed 4 projects. Okay, 4 projects. First is Uber, done, already uploaded on the channel. Second is our Netflix, done, already uploaded on the channel. Third is digital banking system, done, available on the channel, okay, already uploaded. And fourth one is our LinkedIn system, okay, done, and I'm going to upload it on the channel too. Okay, also we have one more crucial video, that is deployment one. Okay, deploy your microservices project to AWS. Okay, fine. A full package of backend deployment. Okay, that is a quite good thing. Fine. So this is from my side. Okay, and a lot more projects are coming definitely. Also, if you have suggestions, then please comment me down. Now, your job. Okay, your job is to tag me on a post on LinkedIn. Okay, and if you haven't subscribed, then you can subscribe my channel. Okay, yeah. So that's it for the video. Okay, and see you guys in the next big project. Okay, till then, like, share, subscribe, and thank you.